P.P. Dabral, Dr. Rajendra Singh Negi, Dr. K. Raja Lakshmi, Dr. Sanjay Pawar, Dr. V. Kasturi Tilagam, Dr. R. Srinivasan, Dr. S.M. Anita, Dr. Ajit Kumar, Mr. Ganganagri Karthik Reddy. Okay, so please sit. Total, I think 1 to 4 to 7, 11, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 people. 18 people. अंचल दास सर का ये है ना, वो पहले जो शब्द है ना, मुझे लगता है वो है मनमोहन सिंह जी पहले। श्रीवास्तव सर तो नहीं, अच्छा पी.के. श्रीवास्तव तो नहीं, इसके दूसरे सर कौन? अंचल दास को बताया कैंट में इसके हाँ, उससे ठीक हो जाएगा। वो हो गया। अभी किसका वेट कर रहे हैं? मिनिस्टर का? अभी क्या सर का फंक्शन था, लोग वहाँ के तो इसी इनॉग्रल में तो आ जाते हैं। So 15 minutes we can wait, huh? Karthik, ready? Okay. I am. I'm pharmacy engineer, but I requested for this. So this is what is this? Sandan agriculture. So where are you currently? Tinggalan, okay. BGST, there is my one. You know it? You know, okay. He is old. He is old, but he did PhD when he did insect, I did regular. Okay. So when I was doing PhD, he also did. He's my classmate one time. So we are very close. Okay. ठीक है, अभी सॉफ्ट कॉपी देना है ना? ठीक है। On way. I request all to take their seats as soon as he reaches there. So we will start the program.
Hey, you go. रेडी हो जाइए आप।
Uh, Please take your seat. Honorable Union Minister has arrived. I request all, please occupy your seat. Please take your chairs in the front rows. I request to my right, please take your chair in the right side, front rows. कोई कॉल ठीक है हो सकता है ये इसमें तो लिखा है
Just ask and we will keep it. You ask.
But why do you have such a delay? Okay, okay. 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 Huh? Yes.
Announce them. Mandri has come.
I announce.
Announce them. अरे बेटो बंद कर दो सब लोग अंदर then why they have to be अरे
ये तो एंड में करेंगे ना, ये उल्टा किया, ये मत शेयर कीजिए, ये शुड बी देयर, अब शेयर मत कीजिए।
no it's okay no problem that we can keep it there अरे save this कर तो क्या no it don't reverse the
Oh, don't share.
no from they ask me keep it Yes, sir. Now, vice president. Yes, sir. Three people in Burger, Raju, Naresh Patel. There are three people. So, yes, sir. Not vice president. And only women don't give it to anybody. Only Sal. So, no woman.
Okay, okay.
Specific, felicitation.
No,
When felicitation?
then
Yep.
with booking only you are giving call, na?
No. Sal will be given before addressing.
After addressing. That's right.
After addressing.
After addressing.
Right.
After addressing. When all address, then you speak.
After addressing, you solve the
Okay, after address.
Booking announcement.
Before also, you have to give a chance.
You don't know that.
No, it's that's not.
Felicitation, you just tell them. That's it. Because we don't do.
Okay, they are coming. They are with you. इसको आप निकाल Okay, they are coming.
That's not welcome everyone.
Honorable Chief Guest of today's function, Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy, Dr. Mr. Purushottam Rupalaji. Guest of honors, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman, Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board. Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice President, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, industry doyens, research scholars, students, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to inaugural session of the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Natural Resource Management under Global Climate Change. The conference aims to address the critical issues related to natural resource management in the face of global climate change. We're honored to have with us the chief guest of today's function, Shri Purushottam Rupalaji, and guest of honors, Dr. Sanjay Kumar and Dr. A.K. Singh. We're also honored to have with us all you today for addressing these issues under the ambit of climate change. I request IRI PG students for the invocation song.
Sharde ma, Sharde ma, Sharde ma, Sharde ma, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, अज्ञानता से हमें तार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, तू स्वर्ग की संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे, तू स्वर की देवी है, संगीत तुझसे, हर शब्द तेरा है, हर गीत तुझसे, हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, हम हैं अकेले, हम हैं अधूरे, तेरी शरण हम हमें तार दे माँ, तेरी शरण हम हमें प्यार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, मुनियों ने समझी वे जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी, मुनियों ने समझी बुनियों ने जानी, वेदों की भाषा पुराणों की वाणी, हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, हम भी तो समझे, हम भी तो जाने, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ, विद्या का हमको अधिकार दे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ, हे शारदे माँ. Thank you.
Thank you. I request for ICR theme song. There seems to be some technical issue. We stand on the brink of remarkable journey, one that will embark upon together filled with learning, experience, and enlightenment. Is a traditional and symbolic to start such journey with lighting of lamp. I request the dignitaries decorating the dais to kindly step forward to kindle the lamp.
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की, सुखद प्रतीक हरित भारत की। कृषि धन पशुधन मानव जीवन, दुग्ध मत्स्य फल यंत्र सुवर्धन। वैज्ञानिक विधि नव तकनीके, पारिस्थितिकी का संरक्षण। शस्य श्यामला छवि भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। हिम प्रदेश से सागर तट तक, मरुधरती से पूर्वोत्तर तक। हर पथ पर है मित्र कृषक की, शिक्षा शोध प्रसार सकल तक। आशा स्वावलंबित भारत की, जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की। जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की।
जय जय कृषि परिषद भारत की. Just as the lamp lights everything around us, may this conference also illuminate our minds and inspire us to arise, awake, and reach to our full potential. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to formally welcome and request Dr. T.B.S. Rajput, President, Soil Conservation Society of India, for a formal welcome address.
सर, हमें अपार प्रसन्नता है कि आप समय निकाल रहे हैं और हमारे साथ आ रहे हैं। मैं आपसे अनुमति चाहता हूं कि मैं अंग्रेजी में बोल सकूं, क्योंकि काफी लोग हैं जो हिंदी नहीं समझ पाएंगे। ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर श्री पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी, the Ministry of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairying. We have Chairman ASRB, Sanjay Kumar ji. Another important person is Dr. A.K. Singh, former Vice Chancellor and now currently the Vice President, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. Manivandan ji, my Joint Secretary, Mr. Patel Saab, all the very senior people in the hall. I just will take a minute and request you all. It's the time to remember we have lost two doyens, two major leaders. One, Dr. Swaminathan, our chief patron of the society, and two, for a long-term president, Dr. Suraj Bhanji. I'll request all of you to just raise and stand 1 minute in silence in respect of these departed souls. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Sir, this is the 5th International Conference organized by Soil Conservation Society of India in collaboration with International Soil Conservation Organization, ISCO, India, European Union of Soil Conservation, Italy, International Union for Soil Science, Austria, and World Association for Soil and Water Conservation, China, WASWAC, IERI, Indian Agriculture Research Institute, and NAS, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. I feel privileged to welcome our minister who has been a true leader right from the ground, in touch with the farmers, and very visionary as far as the agriculture is concerned. And he has been our MOS, he has been in different capacities. Today he is heading one of the very important ministries in the cabinet. Now, I will request my very senior colleague here and former Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.C. Srivastava, please do come and assist us in honoring him and presenting him a shawl and a bouquet. Thank you, Dr. Srivastava. Please take your chair. We are happy to have Sanjay Kumar ji, Chairman, Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board, with us today as our honored guest. And I, just to inform the other members, he is a career scientist, served at a very important institution of CSIR at Palampur for continuously, for a very long time, and retired from that institute as director of that institute. And thereafter, he held intermittently the charge of several other CSIR institutions before joining the chairman of Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board. And we are happy to welcome you, sir. And I will request another senior person, Dr. Lohan, who retired as Additional Director Agriculture, Haryana, and was our senior vice president for a long time of the society. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lohan sir. Back here. Now we have another honored guest today, a known face to all of us, Dr. A.K. Singh, who served at Water Technology Center for quite some time and left the WTC after being its project director for a long time. And thereafter, he became Deputy Director General of Natural Resource Management in ICR headquarters. And thereafter, he went to the Gwalior as Vice Chancellor of the Agriculture University there. And thereafter, in the society, the National Academy of Agriculture Sciences, he became secretary, and now currently he is the Vice President of National Academy of Agriculture Sciences. And for the society, he is our patron today. So I have requested him to be here, and we are very happy to have you, Dr. Singh. I will request maybe Professor J.K. Singh, kindly come over to the dais and help me in offering a shawl and a bouquet to Dr. A.K. Singh. Thank you, Professor. Dr. Manivannan is the organizing secretary for this whole event, and he is a scientist in ICAR. And we have another colleague from the society, Mr. R.A.S. Patel, as Secretary General of the society. He is the Deputy Commissioner at the in Ministry at the moment, but he is serving as a society as a Secretary General. And then we have Dr. Sanjay Arora sitting there, is our convener for this event. So I welcome all of you to this function. A special welcome to Sri Shamsher Singh ji. He is sitting there. He has been really steering all the work of the conference during last 3 months, and we really depend on him. He is a former additional commissioner from the ministry and a senior vice president for a long time. And I see other very senior people sitting here. I welcome each one of you. It would be difficult to name everybody at this stage, so kindly excuse me for that. My friends are sitting here from Watershed Technology Center, Dr. Mishra or Sushma ji, and I see all other faces. So I just welcome heartily everybody to this conference. And now give me a minute to talk about the society. But before that, I would just like to mention that for the conference, we got several messages from very important persons, including our beloved Prime Minister. And Prime Minister has very clearly indicated the pathway for the society and for all of us. And he has emphasized to stress upon all the schemes of the government related to conservation. And he has specifically mentioned a few schemes like micro irrigation, health card, and other schemes, including the special farming corridor along Maganga. So we have to really set our priorities and reorient ourselves to work on these lines to strengthen efforts into that direction. And now, about the society was constituted in 1952 at Damodar Valley Corporation, Hazaribagh. That time it was in Bihar, now it is in Jharkhand. And it was registered later there in the same state. And Dr. M.S. Swaminathan had consented to be our chief patron for the society, and Dr. J.S. Bali, late Dr. J.S. Bali, served a long time as president of the society, and later society honored him as lifetime patron. And for the information of the audience, immediately after the inaugural, we will have a special lecture in memory of Dr. Bali, Dr. Bali Memorial lecture, and we'll be talking about him a little later there. Presently, the society has more than 3,000 active members, including scientists, field functionaries, particularly the line departments of a different state governments, and some NGOs. And the society has already organized 31 national, 4 international, and 2 Asian conferences. This is the 5th that we are in the inaugural this morning. The topic that chosen for this particular conference was discussed among various stakeholders, and the importance of this, I will just not mention much about it. You all know that last 5 years themes of World Water Day and World Soil Day revolve around conservation of natural resources, and you will all be, I'll just refreshing your memory to remember that UN has declared it a decade of soil restoration, soil conservation. So we are very happy to all of you here. And before somebody alerts me for the exceeding the time allotted to me this morning. I would like to close, but before that, I would like to take an opportunity to individually welcome each one of you and will request that you please keep within the hall. And I will not like to miss our many participants or many delegates who are joining us online. So I welcome you all delegates who are joining us online. And thank you with that. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir. We once again welcome all the dignitaries on the dais, off the dais, present physically, joining online. Ladies and gentlemen, the sustainable management of natural resources is vital for ensuring the secure and prosperous future for all. Over the next few days, we'll be engaging in insightful discussions, share groundbreaking research, and forge connections to address this global concern. And I request to Dr. S. Maniva, Organizing Secretary, to brief about the conference and set the tone of this conference.
Most respected Honorable Union Minister of State, Honorable Union Minister for Agriculture, Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, Sri Purushottam Rubalaji, Sri Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman ASRB, Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice President NASH, all other dignitaries on the dais and all the participants, very good morning to all of you. It is my privilege and pleasure to talk in the occasion about the technical theme of the conference in the presence of esteemed Honorable Minister Ji and all other dignitaries. This international conference has been scheduled to discuss 10 broad technical themes under the sustainable natural resource management and the global climate change. As we all know that the global climate change makes the large impact and the farming community, not only in India, across the globe, finding difficulties to mitigate the climate change impact. And also, as per the communications received from the latest IPCC, the discussions we have been want set of indicators to be discussed and find the solution for that. There are the large number of recommendations has been recommended by the various forum across the country to mitigate and adapt the adaptation of climate change impact. This particular seminar is discussing about the climate change impact on natural resources, mainly soil and water and vegetation resources in the globe. Accordingly, this conference will discuss 10 broad themes, namely natural resource management towards achievement of sustainable development goals, scientific tools and advanced tools for mitigating the climate change impact, vulnerability and resilience address. It addresses the vulnerability and resilience and the mitigation of climate change, sustainable management of the groundwater and surface water, because there should be the equal balance between the surface water and the groundwater. Then hydrology and digitization. Mostly that now in the flooding situations, we are finding the extreme rainfall and also drought conditions. This time, these manual mitigations or the manually recording the situations will not yield good result. That's why we should forward towards the advanced digitalization of hydrological indicators. So that's why another theme has been made. And we also should know that how to gauge the impact of ecosystem services. When we know about the recordable data, we could be able to judge that is the data. But how it can be transferred to in terms of quantifying the impact of ecosystem services, that is the most important aspect which we are going to discuss during the conference. We also asked to discuss two important aspects. One is mitigation of climate change impact. Another one is adaptation strategy of the climate change impact. With this, we also has the additional sponsored themes by the application of jute geotextiles, that is the natural geotextile materials in the soil and water conservation field. We have the sponsored section from National Jute Board, Kolkata. We also has the sponsored sessions of utilization of renewable energy sources sponsored by GAIL and Indian Oil Corporation Limited. With this, we were having the programs after the plenary. We will have the plenary session to deliver all the keynote addresses, and as well as that, as President has highlighted, JS Poly lectures. Then we will have the set of keynote addresses we have across the globe. We are having the around 16 international participants from United States and Russia and Egypt, Iran, and we also have the participants from Nigeria. We also have the participants from the other two countries, Germany. So we have around 16 international participants come from across the globe. We have the participants across the India, starting from the former vice chancellors and the scientists. We have almost 200 participants internationally, India from 50, and we have another 100 participants participating across the country through online participation. As this seminar conference has been launched with a hybrid mode, as on date, we have 350 participants and 250 in the presence and in the physical mode, and 100 across the globe using the Zoom link. And this entire program is being telecasted in both YouTube as well as in the Zoom link. With this, we have another 3 days discussion, which each set of the 10 technical themes start with the keynote addresses, lead papers, orals, and poster presentations. Then we will have come with the conclusion in the last day in the plenary session, derive all kind of the recommendations, and we are planning to release as proceedings of the conferences for widely adaptation by the various stakeholders of the scientists and policy makers, students, researchers, how they can utilize these recommendations in their implementations. With this, I thank our Honorable Union Minister for accepting our request, and even though the Honorable Minister was there outside and just coming as far as from the airport directly, sir, we are really grateful, sir, Mindri sir, for coming here, for accepting our experience, sir. And also I thank all the dignitaries who is our ASRB chairman, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, and I also thanks Dr. A.K. Singh, and also thank all our whisperers. And also we have my senior colleagues, starting from former vice chancellors are there, and ICR director is there, Dr. Chakurkar is there, and also all our senior vice chancellors, they are also US Dharwad. Many are there. I welcome all of you and thank each one of you. Thank you very much. Thank you one and all.
Thank you very much, sir. We once again express our gratitude to all the participants, delegates, including esteemed scientists, researchers, from joining from India and from different countries. Ladies and gentlemen, with this tone for this conference, we would like to have the release of publications for this conference. So I request honorable dignitaries on the dais for the release of the 7-year and book of abstracts and lead papers. Request for release of book of abstracts. And the last one, lead papers of this conference. Thank you all. Moving forward, ladies and gentlemen, may I now request our honorable guest, Dr. A.K. Singh, Vice President, National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, for his valuable remarks.
Good morning. I would also like to add my own words of very warm welcome to our chief guest, Honorable Shri Purushottam Rupalaji, Union Minister for Animal Husbandry, Dairying and Fisheries, Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman ASRB, Guest of Honor, and Dr. TVS Rajput, the President of the Soil Conservation Society of India, Dr. Manivandan, the Organizing Secretary, Dr. Patel, who's the Secretary General of the Society, and a very distinguished galaxy of scientists from India and abroad who are assembled here to participate in this important conference. As was mentioned, the theme is the sustainable natural resource management under global climate change. I think these natural resources have been under discussion for, I think, quite some time. We are all aware that probably when it comes to the agriculture activities, we have these two resources, which are probably the most vital inputs as far as agriculture is concerned. Soil is one, which is actually at the receiving end of all the activities, or you can say the brunt of all agricultural activities, be it tillage, be it irrigation, be it whatever you want to call it. And when it comes to water, of course, if it's a good quality water, fine. But if it's a poor quality water, again, the soil has to do the business of doing some little bit of sieving or whatever it can to see that it becomes a better commodity by the time it reaches the groundwater. So these two resources globally are under stress because, as you all know, the population is increasing. And to feed this population, we need to somehow maintain these natural resources, which we all know. If you look at the global level, almost 70% of the land is getting degraded. If you look at the water, we all know that the scarcity of the availability of water is becoming an issue globally. And unless we take care of these two resources, I think we are going to run into a lot of problems in the near future. Climate change is something which we probably don't really to realize the importance. But the thing is that things are getting worse as far as the climate, global warming and the impact of climate change is concerned. Just to give you an example, this year Delhi had the coolest May, which was very unusual as far as Delhi is concerned. But from June to September, these 4 months are being considered as one of the hottest recorded in the history. So we have this situation, and they are now predicting that maybe 2023 would be the hottest year recorded in the history of since they have this record. So we have this challenge. One, when it comes to carbon dioxide, it was Dr. Manivan mentioned about mitigation adaptation. The rate of carbon dioxide concentration is also increasing. Carbon dioxide concentration is increasing, but the rate is also increasing. And many people say that probably we have crossed the tipping point and it would be very difficult to go back to the levels which we have been talking about for quite many years. So considering all these things, I think it is the management of the natural resources which holds the key. When you talk to, for example, crop production, a crop is standing in the field, you have a variety which is supposed to yield very high, which is able to tolerate. But again, when you have these extreme temperatures that we had last year, for example, in the month of February or March, it is the management which can take care of whatever production or productivity is expected or is supposed to get. And so it is the management of these two resources which I feel holds a key. Coming to India in particular, we have about 2.4% of the land resources, 4% of the water, 18% of the human population, 15% of the livestock population. for the last 5 decades or more, our net cultivated area has remained the same. Water, if you look at the water availability, the national level, it is already under the stress condition. If you look at the per capita availability of 1700 cubic meters. So considering these two, so we have to really, and then we must also maintain these resources because we are talking about sustainable water resource, natural resource management. So obviously we have to have a new strategy. All possible new tools that are available with us right now should be used and used prudently so that we are able to manage the resources. We have to increase the production. There is no two alternatives. The population would reach about 9.8 billion by 2050. To feed that population, we have to produce. We already know there are issues because of conflicts with the availability of some very important input, that is the fertilizer. So with these, I think, important issues which need to be addressed, the theme of this 5th International Congress is very relevant in today's context. And I hope that in these 3-4 days, up to 4 days that we have, the deliberation of this conference will certainly provide us with some action plan, an implementation action plan, because as I said, these resources have to be dealt with very, very carefully now. Otherwise, probably we will be left with no alternative but to go in for some drastic measures if we do not take these steps right now. As I said, if you remember 1.5 degrees centigrade as global warming was talked about earlier, it was thought that maybe 2100 would be there, then they brought it 2050. Now, in these 4 months that I was talking about, there are regions in the country where the temperature was recorded as 1.5 degrees before normal. So we are probably already reached that level where we must take measures without any delay so that we are able to meet our obligation of feeding this youth population. With these words, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me an opportunity to be here with you and share some of my thoughts with the delegates. And again, I would like to thank the Honorable Minister who has come directly from the airport to grace this occasion as Chief Guest. Thank you very much, sir. And thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for bringing to fore the key challenges that we are going to face. To address these challenges, we have all the delegates, dignitaries on the dais. We are extremely delightful and grateful to have with us the Chairman, Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board, Dr. Sanjay Kumar. May I request him, sir, for his remarks.
आप सभी को मेरा नमस्कार, वेरी गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। परम आदरणीय श्री पुरुषोत्तम रूपाला जी, माननीय मिनिस्टर फॉर फिशरीज, एनिमल हस्बेंड्री एंड डेयरी, डॉक्टर ए.के. सिंह जी, पैट्रन ऑफ द सोसाइटी, डॉक्टर राजपूत, प्रेसिडेंट ऑफ SCSCI, then we have Dr. Mani Vannan, Organizing Secretary, Engineer R.A.S. Patel, and other distinguished gathering in the hall and also who are attached with us online, and very dear students. Indeed, it's a matter of great privilege for me to share some of my thought with you all. And I'm so grateful to the society for giving me this opportunity to share with these thoughts. And this so important topic that we are discussing is on climate change, sustainability on NRM. You will all agree with me that since the Earth formed around 4.5 billion years back, had climate change was not there, none of us would have been here. It's the climate change which allowed evolution of the species, and today we all are there, right? We evolved, we came on this earth around 200,000 years back, you will all agree. And agriculture evolved somewhere around 10,000 or 12,000 BCE. Green revolution took place somewhere in 20th century, and the industrial revolution took place in 18th century. Why I am giving you this figure is that since evolution of the earth, the change, whatever we are noticing, had been very, very slow. Everything would adapt as per the change in the climate. But after 18th century and after 20th century, when the green revolution and industrial revolution took place, there was sudden change the way we started living. Urbanization took place, factory system came into existence, transport revolution took place. And today you are seeing all sorts of pollution that we all are experiencing. I think and Delhi is the right example what we are all experiencing today. So this is one part of the story. The other part of the story is that our human population is increasing at a rate, I think pretty, I would say exponential rate, like we are already in India, we are 1.4 billion. But let me tell you one very important thing, that although our population is growing 1.4 billion and then our agriculture, for example, now we are producing more than 110 million tons of wheat, for example, more than 130 million tons of rice, and more than 200 million tons of vegetables, which is supporting this population. And during this COVID, it is this agriculture which saved the human population when we fed lakhs of people who did not have a job. So that has been a tremendous thing. But it never came without a cost. Such a high production means you need more pesticide and more of fertilizer. I'm just giving you these two examples. Water, etc. Just now Dr. Singh Saab covered. We are using, I think, approximately 63,000 tons of pesticide annually to produce for such a level of production, to sustain this level of production. We are using 30 million tons of fertilizers. Recently in 2022, there was an analysis that if you had to use this nitrogen fertilizer particularly, and they calculated the supply chain cost right from production to transportation to the field use, it appeared that we are liberating approximately more than 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide into the nature, which is leading to temperature rise. Just use of chemical fertilizer. Just see this figure, 1 gigaton of CO2 into the atmosphere. What alternative we can think of, right? Then we are using so much pesticide. Use of fertilizer and pesticide, just these two parameters, I will say, this has affected our biodiversity very significantly. And why I am bringing biodiversity issue, very recently you must have seen, since I came from Himachal, that the phenomenon was very evident. Suddenly, apple started moving up and up and up because of this climate change. What had happened? There was loss in biodiversity. Because of loss in biodiversity, there was problem. You know, once we say biodiversity, it means everything, right? From insect, pests, it's say bees or the pollinators. There are so many services which biodiversity gives us, right? And because of that, there was problem in apple production. So people started going up and up and up. A very evident and very clear example of climate change, use of fertilizers, use of heavy doses of pesticide that lead to problem in pollination in apples. Similarly, you have seen in coffee how this non-availability of pollinators, it affected the coffee production, and we need all these sorts of pollinator even if you have to produce coffee. And like this, there is series of examples you all are aware. Now, if you want to get this data in a systematic way, what we realize that we still lack data. We are data deficient nation. Sometimes I do believe and I feel, and you will all agree, when it comes to natural conditioned data, I think we lack that data. That is one major point I wanted to make. We are observing all these things. Sometimes we are using the models and we are using the constants which are not relevant to our ecology. So we need to think that we need to develop proper data onto this issue of biodiversity. I had been to once a chance to visit Kansas State University. And I was so happy to see they have long-term ecological research plot, LTERs they call it. And beauty of those plots are that you can monitor those plots even through remote sensing. They had of that size and shape. In India, do we have such LTERs in our country? I think we can count a few on nitrogen application, like in TNAU, there was some and one or two places. But if you talk nation as a whole, and if you talk of the LTERs in biodiversity assessment, whether in a protected area or an anthropogenic area, we don't have that thing. So there is a need that we should carry out and we should invest our time and energy in LTERs research as well, so that we are data efficient country and not data deficient country. That was my second point I wanted to make, that we cannot ignore biodiversity because it gives so many services. Just few I mentioned. Third, I wanted to make a mention that importance of agrobiodiversity. See, right now, you know, farmers, you give one variety of the farmers and farmer keep on just cultivating one type of variety. And you know, when there is a trouble, it is a wild relative which comes to our rescue. I need not to give those examples, whether it is a rice, whether it is a maize. It's the wild varieties which have got all these important genes which give you this protection. Suppose you develop a policy, and maybe say, for example, some of you deliberate after this conference that we encourage the farmers to grow most of the desired variety for the purpose of taking the advantage, but at the same time, they keep some part of their farm where they cultivate some wild varieties. And we compensate them through some way or the other. If we can come up and we can develop mechanism how to compensate for that, that will be a mechanism to safeguard our almost those varieties which are almost at the verge of extinction. Remember, approximately 1 million species are at the verge of extinction, 1 million species. And when 1 billion people stay on our natural population and wild population, this is a huge number. And if we have to give strength to our agriculture, we have to think of even wild varieties, and we have to develop policies so that we encourage our farmers to grow the wild varieties. That was my second proposal. Third was, like Professor Singh was mentioning about the soil, and so important. In soil is not just a constant system like the soil. You have microbes there, you have insects there, you have several type of important things, like, for example, earthworms are there. And it is the soil microbe, soil microbiome, soil insect pest, which they are the one which regulate our carbon nitrogen cycle, our biogeocycle. How much real time data, long term data we have, even impact of climate change on soil properties, soil life, that we have to assess and we have to think and we have to design strategies. I also strongly believe we all talk of climate change, how much infrastructure on climate change our various research institutions and our universities have got, that we need to assess. So I thought it's important that in such meetings, some such recommendations come out so that we can empower our nation and prepare ourselves for the coming climate change crisis. Like Dr. Singh very clearly mentioned, that if all this crisis is happening, from where we'll get the food? One point I wanted to, last point I wanted to mention about use of plastics in agriculture. We should not forget it. You know, since the invention of plastic in early 1900, 1907, I think first Bakelite came. And today, worldwide, we are producing around 390 tons of plastic. And out of that, approximately 50 million ton, out of that 390 million ton plastic, which we are producing annually, approximately 50 million tons plastic is being used in agriculture for various purposes, including packaging of food items. And this is a huge number. What policy we have around agriculture, around use of plastics in agriculture? And modern agriculture is dependent heavily on plastics, whether we are doing captive cultivation or whatever you say, we are dependent on that. Do we have proper policy in place, whether it is plastic tax, for example? Do we have proper place to litter your, throw away your litter and then do the proper collection of those plastic? Do we recycle? Do we have at national level? So this plastic in agriculture, I think that is yet another important issue that we should think upon. I'll give you one example. It is related to loss of biodiversity. If around 10 years back, we started interacting with the farmers. And what we realized that, there were fields empty. During rainy season, the rain will come and take away all the nutrient from the hilly Himalayan region. We asked the farmer, what is your problem? They said, sir, monkeys have nothing to eat in the forest, so they come. Wild boars have nothing to eat in the forest, so they come in and they destroy our crops. And this is just one example, because our planning in terms of forest planning was not there. But it affected our agriculture. Then it is affecting our soil system. So we offered them a solution. We gave them, say, plants of, say, Tagetes minuta. Nobody eats that plant. But its oil is very useful. It's sold in the market at 13,000 rupees a kg. It is a very good oil. Then a farmer said, we are very small holdings. So we made a cluster of the farmers. And now those farmers in that soil, which was totally barren, started producing Tagetes minuta oil. They process themselves and they are producing more than 8 tons of oil. Just I'm giving you one example, that if you plan properly, the same soil can start giving you the gold. Same soil. So management, mitigation, adaptation, these are very important things. So these were some of the things I thought I will bring to your notice. And 3 points I also wanted to mention. I sometimes wonder, in our curriculum up to class 12, do we educate our kids on climate change issues? I think it should be ingrained in their mind that climate change is an important issue, what causes climate change and what mitigation and the measures we should take to curb this menace. So I think in education policy, climate change education up to class 12, in some way or the other, it should be there. Second, I feel that public awareness about climate change, whether we are going for Holi festival, Dashera festival, there should be some way or the other way that we educate everybody that this is a serious problem, please do take care. Maybe through some nukkad natak or songs or whatever. But every festival should be accompanied by climate change issues. It is important. I think we all are realizing now in Delhi when we see the AQI and when we see the disappearing species, extincting species, I think this is an important issue. So public awareness is also important. And last point, I feel that convergence of different discipline is very important. I was talking to Dr. Rajputji, and he told me that this society is very unique, where we have got engineers, where we have got soil scientists and policymakers. So my last point was that convergence is very important. For example, a industrialist should also be part of our climate change issue and such deliberation, so that he knows whatever he is doing, how much climate he is affecting. Right? So industry, academia, even all our farmers, they should be part of our society, some way or the other, they should be aware of this phenomena. And I can tell you, those farmers can do very, very good job when it comes to adaptation, mitigation, and also saving the planet Earth from the climate change. And engineers can do wonders, I feel. Whether it comes of storage of carbon inside the soil or wherever they want to do, I think engineers would play a very, very important role. So, sir, these were some of my thoughts and processes which I thought will be important to share with all of you. And I'm sure that you will have several other such points, and in over the next 4 days, all this deliberation will take place. Some filtration will come out, some policy paper will come out, some white paper will come out, and I think we move on to the right path. Let's save the humanity, and through mitigation of this climate change, through adaptation of this climate change. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your thought-provoking remarks touching each and every aspect of mitigation of the climate change, ranging from biodiversity, agroecology, mitigation, management, bringing this in the curriculum, and interaction between different stakeholders, industry, academia, farmers. Thank you very much, sir. In recognition of the outstanding contributions in the field of soil and water conservation, sustainable natural resource management, we have eminent guests here. So we will proceed with the award ceremony. We have the awards to honor research, innovation, and leadership in the field of soil and water conservation, natural resource management, climate change adaptation. These awards serve as a testament to the dedication and hard work of individuals who have made remarkable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot have a better moment than this, where we have the honorable chief guest, and in his presence, we would like to present these certificates and trophies to the winners of different awards. I request the dignitaries to kindly have your presence in the front so that I can call one by one each award. First, I would like to call upon stage Dr. S.K. Dubey Lifetime Achievement Award. I request Dr. S.K. Dubey for his Lifetime Achievement Award. Ladies and gentlemen, please big hand for National Fellow Dr. P.K. Srivastava. National Fellow Dr. P.K. Srivastava. Congratulations for being inducted as National Fellow, Soil Water Conservation Society. Dr. Munish Kumar. Once again, congratulations for being inducted as National Fellow, Soil Water Conservation Society of India. Engineer R.S. Patel. Engineer R.S. Patel. In the category of gold medalist, Dr. Manmohanjit Singh, Dr. Anchal Das, and Dr. D.V. Singh. Please big hand for all these gold medal awardees. Dr. Manmohanjit Singh. Dr. Anchal Das and Dr. D.V. Singh. In the category of Leadership Award, Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, Dr. Partha Pratim Adhikari, Dr. P.P. Dabral, and Dr. Rajendra Singh Negi. Once again, congratulations to all these for being awarded under the category of Leadership Award. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar Gupta, Dr. P.P. Dabral, Dr. Rajendra Singh Negi. Please, big hand. These awards serve as a testament to their dedication and hard work, so we should applause for this. Under the category of Special Research Award, Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, Dr. Sanjeev Pawar, Dr. V. Kasturi Tilagam. Once again, congratulations for being awarded under the category of Special Research Award. Special Research Award, Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, Dr. Sanjeev Pawar, Dr. V. Kasturi Tilagam. Under the category of Dr. J.S. Bali Award, I request Dr. R. Srinivasan. We had a Special Research Award, Dr. K. Rajalakshmi, Dr. Sanjeev Pawar, Dr. V. Kasturi Tilagam. Next, Dr. J.S. Bali Award, Dr. R. Srinivasan. Summer Memorial Award, Dr. S.M. Vanitha. Summer Memorial Award, Dr. S.M. Vanitha. Student Incentive Award for PhD. Please big hand for Dr. Ajit Kumar. Under the category of Student Incentive Award, PhD, Dr. Ajit Kumar. And the Student Incentive Award under the category of MSc, I request Mr. Gangagiri Karthik Reddy. Please big hand for all the awardees. The Student Incentive Award under MSc category, Mr. Gangagiri Karthik Reddy. Thank you all. Congratulations to all the award recipients. We commend your exceptional work in the field of sustainable natural resource management. Would also like to express our gratitude to our chief guest and guest of honors for presenting the awards and being a part of this special moment. Ladies and gentlemen, we are profusely elated to have with us the chief guest of today's function, Shri Purushottam Rupalaji. Please join me in inviting him for his address. Please welcome Shri Purushottam Rupalaji for his address.
भारतीय मृदा संरक्षण सोसाइटी के द्वारा वैश्विक जलवायु परिवर्तन के तहत सतत प्राकृतिक संसाधन प्रबंधन पर 4 दिवसीय अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सम्मेलन में उपस्थित रहने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला। इसके लिए मैं सोसाइटी के अध्यक्ष का तहे दिल से शुक्रगुजार करता हूं। साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी के बीच में जाने का अवसर जब भी मिलता है तो मैं मानता हूं कि ये मेरे लिए बहुत ही सौभाग्य की बात है। और आप सभी लोग यहाँ इस क्लाइमेट चेंज जैसे बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण बिंदु पर जमीन और पानी के संबंध में 4 दिन तक अंतर्राष्ट्रीय डेलिब्रेशन करने का काम करने जा रहे हो, तो इनकी सफलता के लिए मैं तहे दिल से शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। और those friends came from abroad, scientists and other delegates, I welcomes you all from the bottom of the heart on behalf of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji's government. साथियों, आज ऐसा माहौल है, प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हमारे साइंटिस्ट कम्युनिटी को जिस प्रकार का बल मिल रहा है, जिसके जरिए आप ही लोगों ने हमारे यान को चंद्र पर भी लैंड कर दिया। चंद्रयान की सफलता के बाद अब विश्व में भारत के वैज्ञानिकों की ओर देखने का नजरिया बदल गया है। आपने वैक्सीन का संशोधन करके भी दुनिया के वैज्ञानिक परिसर में भारत के नाम को गौरवान्वित करने का काम किया है। इसीलिए मैं यहाँ उपस्थित सभी वैज्ञानिकों को भारत सरकार की ओर से बहुत बहुत बधाई और धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। यही भारत है जो 50 करोड़ से भी कम की आबादी वाला हुआ करता था, तब भी उनको खाने के अन्न के सांसे पड़ रहे थे। और यही भारत है जो आज 140 करोड़ को क्रॉस कर गया है, उसके बावजूद भी उनके अन्न भंडार भरे पड़े हैं और भी 50 देशों को हम अन्न देने का काम कर रहे हैं। तो ये ऐसे ही नहीं हो रहा, इसमें वैज्ञानिकों का बहुत ही बड़ा योगदान है और इसी के चलते आज हम यहाँ इस मुकाम पे हैं। अब जो हमारे सामने चुनौतियां हैं उसको संवरने के लिए इस प्रकार के मंच को यहाँ आमंत्रित करने के लिए भी मैं सोसाइटी के सभी टीम को धन्यवाद और बधाई देना चाहता हूँ। और जैसे अध्यक्ष महोदय राजपूत जी ने यहाँ प्रस्तावित किया था डॉक्टर स्वामीनाथन जी को और सूरज भान जी को, मैं भी मेरे ओर से, हमारे सरकार की ओर से इन दोनों दिवंगतों को मैं श्रद्धांजलि अर्पित करता हूं और इनके प्रति आदर भी प्रस्तावित करता हूं। मंच पर विराजमान सभी महानुभाव और आप सभी देवियों और सज्जन, मुझे बहुत बड़ा भाषण नहीं करना है, मगर एक दो चीज, जैसे हमारे संजय सिंह जी ने कई चीजों पर प्रकाश डाला है, मैं भी मेरे मन में जो बातें उठ रही हैं वो ऐसे ही प्लानरी ही रजू कर रहा हूं कि ये प्राकृतिक संसाधनों के प्रबंधन के विषय में आप डेलिब्रेशन करना चाहते हैं। तो इसमें दो चीजों को मुझे लग रहा है कि यदि संभव हो तो अपने एजेंडे पे लेकर उस पर डिबेट हो, डेलिब्रेशन हो, ऐसा मेरे मन में आता है। बाकी जो आपने तय किया है उसी रास्ते पे आपका डेलिब्रेशन सही ही होगा और आपकी इस मंथन के बाद जो सुझाव आएंगे उस पर सरकार बड़ी गंभीरता से इनको कॉग्निज करेगी, ये मैं आपको आश्वस्त करना चाहता हूँ। क्योंकि हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का रवैया है कि वो टेक्नोलॉजी को बहुत बढ़ावा देते हैं, साइंटिस्ट कम्युनिटी को बहुत बढ़ावा देते हैं, और उन्हीं के कारण मुझे यहाँ जिक्र करना है कि आज जैसे मैंने दो बातों का जिक्र किया, वैक्सीन और हमारे सफल चंद्रयान का, ऐसा ही नैनो टेक्नोलॉजी में भी भारत लीड कर रहा है और नैनो यूरिया और नैनो DAP आज भारत के वैज्ञानिकों के कारण देश के किसानों को और दुनिया के किसानों को उपलब्ध है, वो एग्रीकल्चर में एक बहुत बड़ी क्रांति लाने का काम होने जा रहा है। उसके निमित्त भी भारत के वैज्ञानिक हैं, इसके लिए भी आप कम्युनिटी के लिए बधाई के पात्र हो। सो अब जो पानी और जल, ये पानी और जमीन, जल और जमीन, ये दो महत्वपूर्ण कारक हैं और दोनों के सामने क्लाइमेट चेंज की इस बदलते माहौल में समस्याएं खड़ी होती है। हमारा महत्वपूर्ण रिसोर्स था बारिश। अब बारिश में इतनी अनियमितता देखने को मिल रही है। वैसे तो अभी मैं एक कॉन्फ्रेंस में ही था, तो वहीं पे बहुत ही अच्छा चित्र प्रस्तुत हुआ कि बहुत ही जैसे एवरेज बारिश होती है, उनके फिगर्स को मिला के बड़े अच्छे फिगर्स पे चर्चा हो रही थी। और मेरी बारी आई तो मैंने बोला कि भैया ये बारिश तो जितने आपको सेल्सियस मिलना था सेंटीमीटर, वो ठीक है, एवरेज बढ़ गया, मगर वो एक साथ आया, तो वो उसी का कोई एग्रीकल्चर को फायदा नहीं होता है। एवरेज तो ठीक हो जाता है, मगर वो एक साथ आ जाने से कुछ नहीं होता, इनका कोई बेनिफिट नहीं होता, उनसे तो उल्टा नुकसान होता है। भारी बारिश की वजह से जमीन का भी क्षरण होता है और पानी का कोई उपयोग नहीं था। घी तंदुरुस्ती के लिए अच्छा होता है, मगर रोज 1 किलो नहीं खाना है, वो इसकी मात्रा के सहित मिलता है तभी फायदा होता है। तो ये बड़ी समस्या अभी हमारे एग्रीकल्चर को और सभी को परेशान कर रही है। उसका इसीलिए हमें इसके प्रबंधन में नए रास्ते ढूंढने होंगे, नवाचार ढूंढने होगा। जो पानी गिरता है उसको हम सरल तरीके से कैसे रोक सके और फिर इनका इस्तेमाल कैसे कर सके, उसके बारे में हमें नए रास्ते ढूंढने होंगे। ये बड़े बड़े बांध वाली जो योजनाएं हैं वो इसमें सफल नहीं होगी। हमें इनके और नए रास्ते वाटर कंजर्वेशन के निकालने पड़ेंगे, छोटे छोटे निकालने पड़ेंगे। हर घर में और हर खेत में हम इसका प्रबंधन कैसे कर सके, उस विषय को लेकर हमें नवाचार ढूंढना होगा और कोई नई टेक्निक का प्रबंधन करना होगा। दूसरा, ये जो वाटर मैनेजमेंट की हमारी बातें हैं, तो मेरा एक बार इजराइल जाने का हुआ था गुजरात सरकार के मंत्री के रूप में। उस समय वहां एक प्रेजेंटेशन हुआ मेरे सामने। वो प्रेजेंटेशन से टेक्नोलॉजी, डेटा और सारी चीजें जो है, इसमें तो मेरे स्मरण में भी आज नहीं है, 95-96 की बात कर रहा हूं। तो मगर उनकी एक चीज मेरे दिमाग से हटती ही नहीं। उन्होंने प्रेजेंटेशन जो सामने शुरू किया, तो उसमें सोर्स ऑफ वाटर उस देश के जो थे उनका लिस्ट आया। तो उसमें सबसे ऊपर लिस्ट जो था वो वेस्ट वाटर था। वो हम यहाँ इसको रिसोर्स मानते ही नहीं है। हमारे वाटर रिसोर्स में हम आते हैं अपना भूगर्भ वाटर, बारिश का वाटर, नदी तालाब के वाटर, ये सभी को हम रिसोर्स मानते हैं। वेस्ट वाटर को हम मैनेज रिसोर्स मानते ही नहीं है। जब हम इनको रिसोर्स ही नहीं मानते हैं तो फिर प्रबंधन की बात कहाँ से आएगी। सो इसके बारे में अब बहुत गंभीरता से हमें इनके बारे में सोचना चाहिए और उसके मैनेजमेंट के बारे में भी बहुत कारगर नवाचार के बारे में हमें सोचने की आवश्यकता है। जमीन के डिग्रेडेशन का इश्यू बहुत ही बड़ा गंभीर हो रहा है और हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी निरंतर प्राकृतिक खेती के बारे में बोल रहे हैं। तो ये प्राकृतिक संसाधन का ही एक प्रकार से दिशा निर्देश है और उसी दिशा में वो बल भी दे रहे हैं, प्राकृतिक खेती को बल दे रहे हैं। मगर जमीन जो है उसकी जो क्वालिटी अभी कमजोर हो रही है। और मैं ये जितना लिटरेचर अभी यहाँ हमारे सामने आया उसमें मैं सरसरी नजर डाल रहा, मगर वहां इसमें कहीं पे भी गोबर का जिक्र नहीं, गाय के गोबर का जिक्र नहीं। ये मैं मानता हूं कि सब्जेक्ट की दृष्टि से या कैसे भी इनका नहीं होना, इसकी वजह आपकी कोई साइंटिफिक जो आपका मैनेजमेंट का क्राइटेरिया होगा, एरिया होगा, प्रिस्क्राइब्ड एरिया होगा, उसकी वजह से नहीं होगा, ऐसा मैं मानता हूं। ये कोई गलती नहीं होगी। मगर मेरा अनुरोध रहेगा कि जब भी आप जमीन सुधारना की कोई बात करेंगे, यदि आपको जमीन की प्रत सुधारनी होगी तो बिना गाय के गोबर इसकी चर्चा करना हम दिशा विहीन चर्चा कर रहे हैं, ऐसा मेरा नम्र मत है। उस पर आपको गौर करना चाहिए। मैं इस पर इसलिए बल दे रहा हूं, मैं साइंटिस्ट कम्युनिटी के सामने बोल रहा हूं, इसकी कॉग्निजेंस लेते हुए मुझे बताना है कि विश्व में मल और मूत्र किसी का पवित्र नहीं होता है। ये शब्द ही अपवित्रता के लिए बनाया गया है। मल और मूत्र, उसका वो टाइटल ही ऐसा है कि इसके बारे में कोई चर्चा करने की, विश्लेषण करने की, विस्तार करने की कोई जरूरत ही नहीं होती, और पूरे चराचर में किसी का नहीं है। मगर विश्व में एक प्राणी ऐसा बनाया गया, ईश्वर ने, कुदरत ने, प्रकृति ने, हमारी इंडिजिनस काव, देशी गाय, उसका मल और मूत्र पवित्र है, ऐसी धारणा हमारे देश में हमारे ऋषियों ने हमको दी है। और वो ऐसे ही नहीं दी है, ऐसा मेरा मानना नहीं है कि ये कोई रिलीजियसली दिया हुआ है या तो कोई स्पिरिचुअली है दिया हुआ है। ये 100% साइंटिफिक दिया हुआ है। उसके कई प्रमाण अब सामने भी आ रहे हैं, और उसी के आधार पर हमें गौमूत्र और गोबर के प्रयोग से इस जमीन की प्रत सुधारने के नवाचारों को प्राधान्य देने का भी आपके इस एजेंडे में समावेश हो, ऐसा मेरा नम्र अनुरोध है। उस पर कैसे कर सकते हैं, नहीं कर सकते, वो आपको सोच के करना है। ऐसा मेरा कोई आदेशात्मक ये बात मेरी नहीं है, मगर ये बिना इनके ये आगे बढ़ने वाली बात नहीं है। ऐसा मेरा बिल्कुल नम्र मत है, और विश्व को हमें बताना चाहिए। मैं तो सारे साइंटिस्टों को अनुरोध करना चाहता हूं कि आप एक बार इनका कुछ सर्च करके, रिसर्च करके ये तो प्रस्थापित करिए कि क्या वजह है इनको ये बात दी गई। और हमारी इतने सालों से जो परंपराएं चल रही हैं, घर को पवित्र करना है तो हम गोबर से चौका करते हैं, अपने आप पवित्र हो जाता है। आज भी ऐसी मान्यताएं हैं कि आप गौमूत्र का छिड़काव करोगे, आपका घर वायरल फ्री हो जाता है। ये सारी चीजें हैं, इनके साइंटिफिक प्रमाण हमें जुटाना चाहिए। इंडियन साइंटिस्टों से मेरा विनम्र अनुरोध है कि आप इस पर रिसर्च करके इसको प्रस्थापित करिए, या नेगेटिव कहिए, मगर रिसर्च करके कहिए। ऐसे ही नहीं कि भी ये बातों में कुछ दम नहीं, ऐसे नहीं। इस पर 100% रिसर्च करके हमें बताना चाहिए। और ये विश्व में नई क्षितिजें खोलने वाली बातें हैं सारी। मैं आपको बता दूं, मैं एक अनुमान से एक बात बता रहा हूं। कोरोना के कालखंड में हमारी गायों के साथ काम वर्क करने वाले किसी की भी डेथ नहीं हुई है। ये मैं कई मीडिया के सामने भी बोला हूं। तो क्या वजह होगी? कुछ तो है इसमें। हमारा क्या है कि हम कुछ बातों में आउट बॉक्स सोचते नहीं। ये इसी के कारण हम कई चीजों का सामना कर रहे हैं। तो ये इस विषय को भी आप इसमें मार्जिन करके इस पर यदि डेलिब्रेशन होगा तो कुछ अच्छे नतीजे विश्व के लिए हो सकेंगे, मेरी ये उम्मीद है। देश के लिए तो होने ही होने, मगर विश्व के लिए भी होंगे। और ये क्लाइमेट चेंज के कारण जिन चीजों का प्रभाव हमारे एग्रीकल्चर में, हमारे जनजीवन में हो रहा है, उसमें भी ये बहुत ही एक अच्छे दिशा की ओर ले जाने के लिए हमें काम में आएगा। पानी का सही उपयोग, उसके बारे में बहुत गंभीरता से सोचना चाहिए। आज भी हमारे देश में फ्लड इरिगेशन ही प्रमुखतया चल रहा है। आज भी हमारा पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन और आदेश संदेश सब कुछ होते हुए भी हमारा मेजर इरिगेशन जो है वो फ्लड इरिगेशन है, आज भी है। तो इसी को बदलने के लिए क्या कमी है, क्या क्यों हम ये नहीं कर रहे हैं, हमारे किसान इनको क्यों नहीं अपना रहे हैं, उसके बारे में भी रिसर्च करने की जरूरत है। कभी ये कोई साइकोलॉजिकल है तो उसी पर भी रिसर्च करना पड़ेगा। जैसे आपने बताया कि हमें अवेयरनेस के कार्यक्रम, पब्लिक अवेयरनेस के कार्यक्रमों की आवश्यकता है, तो यदि आपके साइंटिस्ट कम्युनिटी ने कुछ अच्छा संशोधन किया मगर वो नीचे नहीं पहुंचा, तो वो संशोधन किताब में रहेगा, उसी का कोई फायदा नहीं हमें होता है। उसी को कैसे साथ में जोड़ा जाए और किसानों में इसको कैसे बिठाया जाए, उसके बारे में भी ऐसे प्लेटफॉर्म पे मनोमंथन हो, ये मैं मानता हूं कि जरूरी है। आज इस प्रकार के अधिवेशन का भारत में होना, मैं इनको भी सूचक मानता कि जब देश एक प्राकृतिक खेती की तरफ हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के दिशा निर्देश में आगे बढ़ रहा है, ऐसी नई पॉलिसियों को हम बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं और देश के कृषि में असाधारण हम रिकॉर्ड उत्पादन की ओर आगे बढ़ रहे हैं। और हमारी फूड सिक्योरिटी, हमारे देश की फूड सिक्योरिटी मतलब विश्व की फूड सिक्योरिटी है। हमारा देश भूखा ना रहे तो विश्व नहीं भूखा रहेगा, अपने आप में सिद्ध हो सकता है। और आत्मनिर्भर की और जो हमारा संदेश है उन सभी को अगर एक साथ जोड़ दिया जाए तो ये बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण समय है जिस समय आप इस प्रकार के अधिवेशन को होस्ट कर रहे हो। इसके लिए भी मैं आपको बधाई देता हूं। विश्व में से जो लोग अलग अलग कंट्री से यहाँ आए हैं, हमारे ऑर्गेनाइजेशन करने वाले लोगों को मैं अनुरोध करूंगा कि वहाँ कुछ अच्छी चीजें हैं प्रैक्टिसेस में, तो उनका भी एक संकलन करके हमारे लोगों के लिए ये सारी चीजें हमें इनको प्रकाशित करनी चाहिए। अच्छा है कहीं से भी हो, इसका स्वीकार भी हमें बहुत जल्दी से करना चाहिए। कुछ चीजें हमारे देश में एक मनोवैज्ञानिक तरीके से देखने की जरूरत है कि हम बहुत देर लगाते हैं, अच्छी चीज को भी अनुपालना करने में बहुत देर लगा देते हैं। ये पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप वाला विषय अभी दुनिया में कहीं पे फ्लड इरिगेशन होता ही नहीं है और हम अभी भी इसमें ही जुड़े हुए हैं। और पराली जलाना, अब उसका अवशेष का प्रबंधन करके उसमें से आय हो सकती है, वो अतिरिक्त आय का साधन बन सकता है, ये फोडर बन सकता है, अच्छा चारा बन सकता है। वो उन सारी चीजों में हम न जाते हुए उसको फूंक देते हैं। तो एक कुछ हमारी जो प्रणालियां हैं उस पर भी हमें गौर करके उनको भी वैज्ञानिक पद्धति से, जैसे आपने बताया कि उत्सव में आप हमें अभी संज्ञान रखना चाहिए, आप दबेश्वर में बोले फटाके बटाके से हमें बचना चाहिए और उसी को धुआं करने वाली चीजों भी यहाँ बहुत है पहले से ही, और नया एडिशन करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, ये बोलना ही पड़ेगा। मगर उसी की तरह हमारे उत्सवों को भी वैज्ञानिक टच देने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। और मैं तो ये मानता हूं कि ये साइंटिफिक कम्युनिटी को इसका प्रदर्शन भी करना चाहिए। भाई आप अपना दशहरा मनाओ, पता लगे देश को कि इस प्रकार से मनाया जाता है इको फ्रेंडली। ये अभी हमारे गणपति जी आते हैं तो वो हजारों गणपति जी वो पानी में उसका अंतिम दिवस पे वो करने का कार्यक्रम होता है। तो वो यदि इको फ्रेंडली बनाए जाते हैं तो पानी भी स्वच्छ हो और अच्छा हो, इस प्रकार की टेक्नोलॉजी करके इसमें हमें जोड़ना पड़ेगा। और ये तो यही देश है जहां पीपल की पूजा करने का आदेश है, जहां नदी को माता कहने का आदेश है, जहां पर्वत की पूजा करने का आदेश है। हम तो प्रकृति के उपासक हैं, हमें प्रकृति का उपभोग करने का आदेश हमारी संस्कृति में किसी ने दिया ही नहीं है। हम तो उसका नमन करने के बाद ही उसका पत्ता तोड़ना चाहिए। आयुर्वेद में यह बताया गया कि किसी वृक्ष का पत्ता आपको दवाई में भी काम लेना है तो सुबह इसको इनविटेशन देने जाना कि हम आपको लेने के लिए आएंगे, उसके बाद लेने के लिए जाना और विनती करके उनके पत्ते और मूल जो भी आपको चाहिए वो लाना, तभी वो औषधि आपको आशीर्वाद देती है। ये परंपराएं हमारी ये सिर्फ धार्मिक नहीं थी, उसमें कुछ साइंटिफिक रीजन रहे होंगे और ये भी सारे जीवंत है, उस पर भी इनका प्रतिभाव रहता है। तो इसी अभी ये क्लाइमेट चेंज को लेकर जब पूरी दुनिया चिंतित है और ये नई दुनिया की एक बड़ी विषम चैलेंज है, उसी के बारे में जमीन और जल इन दोनों गहरे विषयों को लेकर आप सब यहाँ मिल रहे हैं। मेरी शुभकामना है कि आपके अधिवेशन में बहुत ही अच्छा डेलिब्रेशन होगा और बहुत ही अच्छे सुझाव आपकी ओर से हमें मिलेंगे, हम इनकी प्रतीक्षा करेंगे। आप सबको बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, धन्यवाद। और पुनश्च राजपूत जी, आपने मुझे यहाँ आने का मौका दिया और आप सबसे दो बातें शेयर करने का मुझे अवसर मिला। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सभी को। राम राम।
सर, हम फिर एक बार से तहे दिल से आपका शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं, आप हमारे बीच में आए। हम आपके बहुत ही आभारी हैं कि आपने हमको अपना कीमती वक्त दिया और हमको बहुत सारे रिसर्चेबल इश्यूज से आगाह किया जिन पे हमको गौर फिक्र करने की जरूरत है। वी वंस अगेन आर थैंकफुल टू सर फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस। Ladies and gentlemen, we are now heading towards the end of this program. To thank the different people who have directly or indirectly contributed to the success of this event, may I now request Engineer R.S. Patel for the vote of thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Soil Conservation Society of India, it is my honor and privilege to extend our heartfelt gratitude, sincere thanks to our chief guest, Sri Purushottam Rupala ji, Honorable Union Minister of Fisheries, Animal Husbandry and Dairy. Sir, he has come from airport directly to inaugurate this workshop. So I thanks him for coming directly and spare his time. Sir, your insight and presence have added immense value to this conference, and we are truly grateful for your time and guidance. So you rightly given the directions for natural farming, organic farming, and water management, and also the situations, how to control the climate change situation in our country as well as across the globe. Sir, thank you for giving the guidance so that we can include in our programs later. We are also deeply honored to have Dr. Sanjay Kumar, Chairman of the Agriculture Scientist Recruitment Board, as guest of honor. I express my gratitude to Dr. A.K. Singh, ex-Deputy Director General, NRM, and ex-Vice Chancellor of Gwalior Agriculture University, and now Vice President of NASH. So for gracing this occasion and your invaluable support extended for organizing this event. Our journey in organizing this conference has been guided by the wisdom and dedication of late Dr. Suraj Bhan, former President of Soil Conservation Society of India, and Dr. T.B.S. Rajput, our current President. We extend our heartfelt gratitude to both of them for their unwavering support, advice, and encouragement throughout this endeavor. I also express my heartfelt thanks to all executive committee members of Soil Conservation Society of India, their continuous efforts for organizing this event. I am thankful to all the supports provided by our international collaborators, namely International Soil Conservation Organization, ISCO, World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, China, International Union of Soil Science, Austria, and European Society of Soil Conservation, Italy. The support extended by our Indian collaborators, Indian Agriculture Research Institute and NAS in organizing this mega event is gratefully acknowledged. The conference facilities provided by ICR and National Academy of Agricultural Sciences deserves special mentions. Their generous supports ensured the smooth conduct of this event, and we express our deep appreciation for their cooperation. I express my sincere thanks to all the international delegates from various countries and delegates from India, including those who joined in online. We are truly humbled by the financial support extended by us by various organizations, the Indian Council of Agriculture Research, the Ministry of Jal Shakti, the Department of Land Resources, NABARD, the National Jute Board, the National Rainfed Area Authority, the Indian Oil Corporation Limited, the Gas Authority of India Limited, and the Council of Scientific Industrial Research, CSIR. Your contribution have played a pivotal role in making this conference a reality, and we are sincerely thankful. Contribution made by advertisers is wholeheartedly acknowledged. I wish to express my gratitude to all the heads of various organizations and keynote lead speakers, chairman, co-chairman of various sessions, presenters, and participants who will share their knowledge and insight during this conference. Once again, I thank you all for your presence, support, and contribution to the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Natural Resource Management under Global Climate Change. We look forward to fruitful discussion and a successful conference ahead. Last but not least, I support the media persons and other who have here to grace this occasion. Thank you all and have a wonderful conference. Thank you.
Thank you all. Please join us for high tea in the basement. Then after that, we'll start the session. Thank you all for joining us.
A very warm welcome to all of you, the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Natural Resources under Global Climate Change from EventUp. We are very excited to be presenting a seamless hybrid conference to you on behalf of the Soil Conservation Society of India, New Delhi. I would like to tell you the following instructions for the online participants. Number 1, the link to join the conference at any given point in time over the next 4 days remains the same. This is the home page or the main Zoom hall. All proceedings will be accessible through that one link. When concurrent technical sessions are going on, there will be an option to enter breakout rooms. The breakout rooms will be named as per the technical session themes. You can choose which breakout room or technical session you belong to. If you have any queries, we have the technical room. Please go to the technical room and our support team will assist you. Kindly note that you can send your queries in chat form only. You will not be unmuted to speak to the host or the co-host. All participants are muted unless it is their presentation or poster for the maintenance of decorum throughout the session. Please check your audio and video quality before entering Zoom. Keep your camera in the right angle to capture your profile well. Sit opposite to a good light source and avoid light from behind you. We would love to see professionally dressed presenters no matter where you are from. We hope you have a fantastic experience with us. Thank you.
Rajasthan, the largest but driest state of the country, covers 10% geographical area but has just 1.16% of water resources. 30% of its land resources are wastelands. 80% of blocks are in dark zone. More than 90% of the agriculture is rain-fed, and 3 out of 5 years
कर रही हूँ बस दांत बंद करो नहीं that we are comparing. Okay.
inside the hall so that we can start next session.
Dear delegates, please come inside the hall. We are going to start the memorial lecture. Please come inside. अपनी अपनी सीट ले लीजिए प्लीज, अंदर आ जाइए. Participants, please come inside and take your seat. We are going to start the memorial lecture as scheduled.
Out of the success, many
Mr. Chairman. Hello. नमस्कार. अगर चेयरमैन साहब परमिट करें तो मैं अगला प्रोग्राम शुरू करूं. Well, gentlemen, this is the first session. Chairman is already in chair. May I request to co-chairman Dr. Christ S. Renstiller, please come on dais. If he is here, please come. Thank you. In this session, our two reporters will be there. Dr. Praveen Naikodi from Karnataka and Dr. Ajay Navarade, Navsari Agriculture University. Please come on dais. Today's GS Bali Memorial lecture will be given by our special invitee engineer Visweswar Rath. May I request him to please come on dais? Rath Sahab, please come. And two more keynote address person, Dr. C.P. Reddy, please. C.P. Reddy, Senior Additional Commissioner, Department of Land Resources Management, Government of India, please come on dais. And Dr. T.V.S. Rajput is also going to present keynote address. He is already here on the chair. And one more lecture will be given by the virtually addressed by Professor Ederardo A.C. Costanity, President, International Union of Soil Science. So with this, may I hand over the dais to our chairman, sir. Kindly start the proceeding. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody present in the hall. We have Dr. Renshla, Mr. Rath, Reddy Saab, Additional Commissioner, and two of the reporters here. The first is the J.S. Bali Memorial lecture. So before we really start that lecture, I would like to welcome our guests on the dais with a flower bouquet and shawl, please. उनको कराइए, रंशला साहब को, रंशला and Reddy साहब. Reddy साहब. Okay. Then I am very happy to announce that we have Mrs. Lavanya, daughter of late Professor J.S. Bali, here with us, and she preferred to sit there. I will request Madam again if you can come at least here, if not on the dais. Yes, please come. उनको हाँ कराइए अब भैया. Madam, we welcome you and thank you very much for finding time to join us. उनको yes. Ma'am, please, yes. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am, and take whatever seats is more comfortable to you. You please sit there. So before we go for the lecture, I would just like to say a few words about Professor Bali. Late Professor Jaswant Singh Bali was born on 18th December 1923 in a farming family of village Gehrotra in Pathankot in Punjab. His primary education was completed under a banyan tree and was a bright student. He obtained his Bachelor of Science degree from Lahore, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture Engineering from Allahabad, winning gold medal, and postgraduate course in the Soil Conservation Service of USA. He did his MTech from IIT Kharagpur. He had worked for reclamation of wastelands in Damodar Valley Corporation in the 1950s at Bihar. His distinct position as chief of all institutions and establishments of soil and water conservation of Government of India. He was head of conservation research, training and center division, Dehradun. Professor at Indian Institute of Technology, Kharagpur. He had head of soil and water conservation division of Ministry of Agriculture and United Nations consultant in Bulgaria, West Indies, Rome, and Malaysia. He received several awards and medals. He had given to the nation the concept of the strategy of bio-industrial waste watershed management to wipe out the poverty and transform rural India into prosperity. He had authored 3 technical books, over 150 research papers. According to Professor Swaminathan, Professor J.S. Bali was a creative thinker and writer. Because of his love with nature and commitment to the conservation of sustained use of natural resources, Professor Bali had turned into a poet in his later years. Professor Bali was conferred with the highest awards of Soil Conservation Society of India, Indian Society of Agricultural Engineers, and World Association of Soil and Water Conservation, China. He was recognized as lifetime patron of our society. He was founder of Soil Conservation Society of India. This society he was the real founder of that and was instrumental throughout his life to make the society a really leading technical organization on the subject. He was very active even at the age of 90 plus and worked for profession of the soil and water conservation. He guided and promoted younger generation to take responsibilities, and we are proud and privileged to be associated with such a legend. Soil Conservation Society of India remembers Professor Bali as Bhishma Pitama of Soil Conservation Society of India and has instituted J.S. Bali Memorial Lecture, which is organized in all its conferences. Today, J.S. Bali Memorial Lecture will be given by Dr. Rath, who is working in Nara, Rainfed Area Authority. And I will request Sanjay Singh ji, is he around? To kindly introduce the speaker.
Good afternoon to all of you, chairman, co-chairman, and all other dignitaries sitting at the dais. See, Vishweswar Rath doesn't need any introduction. He is holding the highest post, technical post in National Rainfed Area Authority, and he graduated BTech from Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology, and thereafter he got master degree in agriculture engineering from Asian Institute of Technology, Bangkok in 1988. His specialization was in land and water development. He started his career as a scientist in Orissa University of Agriculture and Technology and research associate at AIT Bangkok. He had worked in different capacities in the Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, for more than 25 years in the field of natural resource management, climate change, and rainfed farming. He was closely involved in implementation of a national watershed development project in rainfed areas, development of shifting cultivation, reclamation of problem soils, National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture, Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana, and many other national and international projects. He has been instrumental in formulation of the common guidelines of Watershed Development National Agroforestry Policy, guidelines for micro irrigation, mission document for sustainable agriculture, and so on. In view of his dedicated efforts and contribution in the field of natural resource management, Soil Conservation Society has awarded him National Fellow Award in 2017 and Lifetime Achievement in 2021. Now I invite Dr. Rath to deliver Professor J.S. Bali Memorial Lecture.
Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Bali Saab was the founder of this society, and I have the privilege of working under him and under his guidance in serving the society also. It's my honor to deliver the lecture on his memorial. Actually, presently I am working as technical expert in water management, and my area of concern is rain-fed agriculture, and for that we have been pursuing with the government and with the how these programs and policies can be better suited and better designed for the cause of rain-fed communities. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah. Yeah. India is poised to become a 5 trillion economy by 2025 with a population which has already reached 1.4 billion, surpassing the population of China. As in the morning, Dr. A.K. Singh has already told that the projected water demand is declining very fast. It was 1,093 BCM in 2025, and in 2050 it will be 1447 BCM, with agriculture to be consuming about 80% of that 1072 BCM. Per capita annual water availability is also declining from 1905 meter cube in 1999 to 1544 by this 2011, and likely to decrease further. Agriculture is the largest user of water, which is consuming presently about 82%. And net irrigated area is about 70 million hectare, and a gross irrigated area is about 100 million hectare. This is the present water scenario. And with the impact of impact of population and infrastructure and climate change, the water resources will be affected in 4 major ways. There will be increase in runoff and increase in frequency of floods. There will be adverse effect on the availability of quality surface and groundwater. Reduction in groundwater recharge, which will affect irrigation potential and also maybe the quality and quantum of water available in the subsurface zone. Increase evaporation and groundwater exploitation. The present approach is also very critical, that is compounding the process, and where we stand now, our system of water management is irrigation centric with more focus on intensive agriculture. That has resulted in first shift in irrigation source, which was earlier about 40% in 1955, that 1950-51, that has now gone down to 22%, whereas groundwater that has surged from 26% to 64%. As regard to the groundwater usage, more blocks are getting critical, and soil salinity and alkalinity is getting more proclaimed in many areas. Water policy that has also resulted in also degradation of these vital resources, focused on supply side management and poor water use efficiency, that was mostly due to flood irrigation system. Energy subsidy impact, that has also a negative influence in this water management. Predominance of flood irrigation is there because of subsidy in energy and cultivation of water intensive crops. The impact of agriculture policies also, that has also encouraged the water management in a adverse way. That is that the present policy mostly favored the crops which have a minimum support price and procurement access, and higher subsidy to fertilizer also negate the efforts what we are doing for water management and water efficient crops. And climate change impact is also adding to this all these challenges, increase in greenhouse gases and also incidence of pests and diseases. As regard to rainfed agriculture, because I am working in rainfed agriculture, we do suggest that there should be exclusive policy for rainfed water management. Even in the last drafting committee that was constituted by the Ministry of Water Resources for National Water Policy, we could make, I was a member of that one, and we could make a exclusive portion for rainfed agriculture, but the policy is yet to be released by the government. Issues of rainfed agriculture are actually broadly, that is the habitat of this largest farming community. Most of them are small and marginal farmers. Productivity is substantially low, that is about 1 ton per hectare. Soil loss is also predominant, that is about 16.35 tons per hectare. And poor infrastructure like storage, infrastructure, irrigation, and all those things are comparatively much low to that of irrigated area. Inadequate investment. With the present assessment, what we did is almost we are getting 1/3 of the investment that is going to the irrigated area. And that is predominance of small and marginal farmers. 85% of them are small and marginal. Inadequate knowledge and awareness. A poor economic status, that is already evident. Most of the aspiration districts and all the deprived districts, they come from rainfed zones, rainfed ecologies. Highly vulnerable, because the rainfed areas that not only constitute from 100 to 100 millimeter rainfall, that also a lot of variation right from Rajasthan to northeastern areas, and limited research and technologies, because most of our research and technology support is mostly designed for high value crops and paddy and wheat centric, irrigated centric systems. The rainfed areas, that is broadly divided into 3 major zones: less than 750 millimeter, 750 to 1000 millimeter, and more than 1000 millimeter. Major part of this rainfed zone, that is within 750 millimeter, which is about 35 million hectare, and rest of these two almost 35 to 40 million hectares. Districts also, if you see, the district numbers are less, but the rainfall amount is these districts, but those are mostly predominantly agricultural dominated districts. About 250 districts, they come in the zone of 750 millimeter, less than 750 millimeter. If you see the crops, you can see the nature of rainfed and irrigation coverage. Most of the paddy is about 40% is rainfed and the remaining is irrigated. And most of the crops like millet, jowar, bajra, maize, pulses, oilseed, they're all mostly rainfed. More than 80 to 85% they are on rainfed condition. This is the scenario of productivity. If you see, The irrigated area, the average comes to about 3.1 tons per hectare. And in the rainfed area is almost 1 ton per hectare. The gap is about 2 tons per hectare. So water is a stimulator that can bring this gap to a minimum. Some of the major programs that government is implementing, like National Water Mission, that focuses on integrated watershed management and also how to develop the water irrigation efficiency by 20%. National Mission for Sustainable Agriculture aims to enhance the agriculture resilience by promoting integrated farming system, water use efficiency, soil health management, and how this conservation agriculture practices can be incorporated in the farming system. Then comes the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. That is an integrated scheme wherein all this watershed development, application part, and also creation of source like irrigation development, those are all integrated under the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana. Then MG Narega, that is, sorry, I have not changed that one. Yeah. MG Narega, that is focusing on soil and water conservation. Most of the 70%, more than 70% of the budget goes for these activities, mostly natural resource management, soil conservation, water storage activities. Rainfed Area Development Program, that is of course a subset of NMSA that was introduced in 2011-12, that is to promote integrated farming system and bringing the resilience in the rainfed agriculture system. RKY also, which was launched in 2007, a lot of input and investment goes for natural resource management, particularly for rainfed agriculture. And Jal Shakti Abhiyan is a program introduced in 2019 to improve water availability, including groundwater, in the water stress blocks, particularly the 256 districts covering both urban and rural areas. Some of the major policy initiatives, I'll just highlight some of them. There is a national policy for farmers that is to aim to protect and improve land, water, and biodiversity, genetic resources for sustained increase in productivity and profitability to the major farming systems. Doubling farmers' income, that was the strategy to double the income of farmers by 2023, and shift in agriculture from the production-centric to the system-centric approach. That was the emphasis of that policy. National seed policy that was appropriate for ecosystem-specific seed industry, seed availability, and protective opportunity to safeguard the interest of Indian farmers. Agriculture price policy also, millets, pulses, oilseeds, they have been given substantial economic gains in terms of procurement prices to encourage farmers for growing these less water-intensive crops. Food procurement policy, of course, this is a negative cause because this is mostly centric towards wheat and paddy benefit system. Most of the MSP, 32% of the procurement goes for these two crops. New Generation Watershed Development Guideline is the initiative of the government. Recently in 2021, the guideline has been changed. Dr. Reddy is there, who is in charge of implementation of IWMP. This guideline has taken care of climate change and new dimensions of spring shed and other hydrologic issues in the implementation process. Organic farming policy, the target is to bring 100%, about 14 million hectare of net cultivated area under organic farming. National agroforestry policy, India is pioneer to bring a national agroforestry policy, and that was brought in 2014. We have also introduced a small scheme for promoting agroforestry. National livestock policy that was introduced in 2013. National water policy that was in 2012, and government has already reworked on it. The new policies may be released very shortly. The fertilizer policy also, it is more oriented towards nitrogen compared to other nutrients. So that has some kind of balance and some kind of analysis is required in the system. We do have all these good policies and programs, but there are certain issues in the sustainability angle. There are 4 major barriers in which the sustainability issues lies in the implementation process. Like project design barriers, most of the projects, they have been designed for the overall at one format. Then institutional barriers, technology barriers, and economic and financial barriers. So a lot of issues that have been already there. So these are need to be taken care. Importance of exclusive rain-fed water management policy is the need of the day, and we have been pursuing for that one. And there is no specific policy for water resource management in rain-fed areas. As I told, already we have made our point, and we have made a specific recommendation for rain-fed agriculture water management in the new policy, which is under consideration of the government. The policy need to be integrated and comprehensive. That should stand by improving effective rainfall, then precision water management, and crop diversification. To improve water effective rainfall is the most critical input for rain-fed agriculture. There are a lot of technologies are in place, as even Honorable Minister told. We have to work out for new innovations, new strategies, how to improve this conservation of agriculture at the farm, and how to make the water available, which is coming these days in high intensity for the benefit of agriculture. Specific technologies are required, scientific participatory mapping of resources, so that water budgeting and mobilization of community is also important in effective rainfall management. Precision management, there are a lot of technologies available like micro irrigation, drip irrigation, sensor application, drone, and all those technologies are already there. So we can make use of those things. And it is estimated that by replacement of conventional irrigation with micro irrigation, even at the level of 50% will be additional area of 15% in Kharif and 23% in Rabi season. So that is substantial. And crop diversification, there is need for crop diversification, but these days, of course, it is not that easy to diversify the crops, because already those are part of cultural and social bindings, but a lot of things can be done in improving the practices as well as varietal improvement in water management. Then agroecology based production system, suitable varieties for the particular ecosystem that need to be promoted, comprehensive land use planning, not like the individual or farm specific kind of approach should be there. Complete landscape based planning is the call of the day, and conservation agriculture, as I told, is very important. Then alignment in MSP and procurement, those are also equally important, because incentives has to be given to the crops, to the farmers who are growing less water requiring crops. And also gradually you have to discourage farmers to grow water intensive crops with reducing the subsidy and other kind of support. And procurement also, MSP need to be also aligned with the ecological kind of sustainability. Procurement of rain-fed crops need to be given more emphasis, and secondary agriculture is the call of the day. A lot of efforts and input need to be made for secondary agriculture to bring better resilience. Natural resource is always best way of managing the natural resources is the participatory approach. A lot of local governance.
I think Ratsab, you need to close because
yeah, I'll do. Yeah. So those kind of participatory governance, that is important, and specific regulations which I suggest, that there is link between ownership and farm productivity. Groundwater governance is also important. dedicated water related policies. Already we have initiated something, but there is still a lot of scope to go for that one. Supportive provisions for crop diversification, enhancing water productivity through institutional mechanism, and political will, leadership, and cooperative governance is the demand of the day. So these are in nutshell. Actually, I wanted to give some more information because of paucity of time. I have just summarized the things in a certain way, but almost all of us know the importance of water and how it need to be better managed, and more for the cause of rain-fed communities, the effort need to be put in a more serious way. Thank you for giving this
Thank you very much, Rathab. And it's your time because we are encroaching upon the lunch time. So, Dr. C.P. Reddy, sir.
Respected Chair, Co-Chair, and dignitaries on the dais. Very good afternoon to all of you. Today I'm making a presentation on the efforts made by the Government of India and sustainable land resources management through watershed projects. I want to show a small comprehensive video of 4 minutes, which will give you an idea. Then I'll speak so that you will be able to understand very easily. So I request to play the video. What all we do in watershed development program in India. So India has been implementing soil and water conservation programs over the years. It has been evolved. Now it is a more comprehensive and integrated way of implementation for development of land resources in our country. That's one of the success stories which I want to share with you for your better understanding of what I'll be speaking. Chalo. Please.
Rajasthan, the largest but driest state of the country, covers 10% geographical area, but has just 1.16% of water resources. 30% of its land resources are wastelands. 80% of blocks are in dark zone. More than 90% of the agriculture is rain-fed, and 3 out of 5 years are drought years, making livelihood a challenge. But steadily, IWMP, Integrated Watershed Management Program, is silently revolutionizing this desert state of the country. The success manifolds if community joins hands in development and owns the program. Awareness generation through slogans, puppet shows, rallies helped in community participation and identifying the problems and solutions. To bring the community on board, the first step was to execute works of their immediate needs like solar lights, causeways, crematorium grounds and their boundaries. Renovating old water bodies, hand pumps, GLRs, water pipelines were laid all over. Villages were encouraged to construct rooftop water harvesting structures. Water in drains is clean. The scarce and scanty rainfall was going waste as runoff. Water harvesting structures like mini percolation tanks, farm ponds, sunken ponds, talab, anchors are harvesting the rainwater, recharging the groundwater. Low-cost, small water harvesting structures are lifeline for wells and boom for farmers. Fields can be irrigated. Farmers are taking 2 crops.
इनिकर बनाने से हमारे लोगों को, गांव वालों को बहुत सारा फायदा होगा इसमें। पहले के गेहूँ, मक्का ये बहुत कम पकते हैं। पानी रुकने से हमारा लोगों को ये फायदा हो कि चावल वगैरह भी पकने लग गए। चावल की खेती होती है।
The common lands were degraded and encroached. Community came forward with development team for making it productive. Now there is plenty of fodder, tall trees. The barren lands, which were once silting the village reservoirs, are now covered with green cover.
वाटरशेड वालों ने सलाह दी कि तुम्हारे को सब्सिडी पे ये आंवले के पेड़ हम उपलब्ध करवा देंगे। और आज ये मेरे को अच्छी कमाई दे रहे हैं। अभी इस साल मैंने इस बगीचे का सौदा किया 31 लाख में किया, इससे गत वर्ष 15 लाख में किया था।
Self-help groups are empowering women and financial assistance is provided to them as revolving funds, and they are successfully running dairy farms, boutiques, beauty parlors, tie and dye works, paper mache and handicraft business. Loans are provided to individuals, to unemployed youths. They are setting up units to become self-employed and have started dreaming to be entrepreneurs.
थोड़ा वो घर का पैसा डाला, वापस लोन का डाला करके मैंने 10 एक मोबाइल लाए और दूसरा सामान ला के मैंने दुकान डाली, तो मंथली अब मैंने महीने का 10 रुपये कमाता हूँ।
The initiation of usage of technology tools like GIS, satellite images, de-geotagging using Drishti app and uploading on Bhuvan portal in IWMP has not only increased transparency and accountability, but has paved way for many ongoing programs. Efforts under IWMP are now yielding fruits. Today, there is sufficient drinking water for residents and their livestock. Groundwater levels have gone up. Farms are blooming. Good harvest, employment has brought wealth, prosperity, dreams of millions cherished. All reasons for smiles. And this is just a beginning.
Okay, thank you. Just close and hope you got some comprehensive idea what we have been doing in the field. Start my presentation, please. Display. I'll not take much time. I'll finish in 5-10 minutes. So next, as per the latest assessment of degraded land in India, it was published in 2021 through satellite imagery analysis, and about 97.85 million hectares is a degraded land in India. Among them, the highest degraded land is due to water erosion and wind erosion and vegetation degradation, which you know due to indiscriminate deforestation, etc. These are the major degradation clauses which we have in our country. Next. And what is the importance of Watershed program in sustainable land resources management? You know, we have three main challenges before us. One is the increasing food production. Second is improving rural livelihood, safeguarding critical ecological functions. I'll take a minute here to explain you. As you know that our country is now having 1.42 billion people, and it's the number one in the world, surpassing China. Now we have that achieved that. Matlab 1.42 billion means you have to feed them. Right now we are producing around 313 million tons, and it has to go as per our 2047 plan. We have to produce more than 400 million tons to meet the food grain production demands of the country and export demands. So there is a need to enhance food production within the available land resources. As you know, every year land resources availability is decreasing for cultivation due to various pressures on the land. And second thing is improving rural livelihood. Despite of so many developments, still 60% of our people depend on agriculture as a primary livelihood sources. And the third is the most important in the context of climate change and relevance to this conference, that is safeguarding the critical ecological functions like availability of fresh air, fresh water, etc., biodiversity, etc. These three things are possible only sustainable land resource management through watershed development. This we have been experienced, and this is the way forward. And in the context is, you know, in spite of developing full potential irrigation potential of this country, still we have to depend on rain-fed areas for 40% of our requirements. And this is the importance of watershed. Next, another important aspect is we have only 2.4% of the world land resources and 4% of the world water resources, 17.3% people. Then the per capita availability of the land in our country is only 0.23 hectare when compared to 1.75 hectare in the world. So this shows the significance of sustainable land resources management of our country and our future. Then the per capita agriculture land is much lower compared to other countries. And Honorable Prime Minister announced in the COP14, which was held UNCCD in New Delhi, our target to achieve 26 million hectare under land degradation neutrality by 2030. And the recently concluded G20 also outlined that we have to achieve 50% degraded lands to be developed by 2040. So therefore, there is an importance of watershed development at national level to meet the national targets. Next. And another important aspect is that rainfed area, as I said, that even after development of full irrigation potential, we have to depend, our 40% of fruit grains are to come from the rainfed areas. So therefore, there is a need for the development of degraded and rainfed areas. Rainfed areas, why we are talking is they are more prone to the degradation. And next. So department has been implementing watershed development programs, and it was started in 1962 only for soil and water conservation program, and top-down approach was the philosophy of the watershed management. Over the years, it has evolved a great extent. Now it is an integrated watershed management, and it includes land, water, and human resources also. So that is why now we are implementing, we are the nodal department in the Government of India for implementation of watershed programs. And the integrated watershed management program was a flagship program, which was launched in 2009 by amalgamating all the watershed programs. However, in 2015, this was amalgamated into Pradhan Mantri Krishi Sinchai Yojana as a component of the watershed development component. And it has proven that watershed programs are, all the inputs which we use are green, and all the outcomes which we generate are the green. In the context of climate change, watershed development is the way to develop the natural resources. Then next, and many of you know what is watershed. I don't have to explain this. Due to paucity of time, I will not go to the details of the watershed, etc. And the next slide. The challenges and solution, I've explained these watershed areas, degraded areas having poor moisture, climate adverse conditions, soil depth decrease, etc. And the watershed does for these areas is, watershed activity develops the degraded land, improves the productivity, farmers' income and livelihoods, increase vegetation, and soil organic carbon, that is also improved if it is properly treated. Why soil organic carbon is most important in the context of this conference is, this conference is, you know, soil is the second largest sink of the carbon in the earth after oceans. So if you develop the degraded lands, they have the capacity to sequestrate a lot of carbon dioxide. That's why the development of rain-fed degraded areas are more important to address the climate change issues also. And it also provides protective irrigation. Next. And what are the silent futures of, next please. Next. What are the silent futures of our program is, we have a dedicated institutions at all levels, central, state, project, district levels, and village level also. We have cluster approach, and cost norms have been significantly increased. It was started with 4,000, now it is 22,000 for plain areas, 28,000 per hectare for hilly and difficult areas. And for hilly difficult areas, 90:10 funding pattern. For other areas, it is 60:40. Next. The approach which we follow is participatory planning is the most central to the program. Demand-driven activity, equity issues also taken care. Flexibility in choice of technology. There is no rigidity in choice of technology. Strengthening the community organization. Next. Then the technical approach is that we have to ensure that ridge to value. We are strictly following this ridge to value approach. In situ moisture conservation, reduce runoff, and change in land use, farming systems approach we are following. And the ultimate motto is Khet ka pani khet mein, gaon ka pani gaon mein. This is the ultimate objective. Next. activities of watershed activities, I don't have to explain, and these many of you are aware of it. Mostly we concentrate on capacity building, community participation, afforestation, horticulture, NRM activities, livelihoods, and recently new generation added spring shed development as an activity as per the recommendation of Niti Aayog. Now we are taking up spring shed development in Himalayan states and other hilly states as an activity under watershed development project. So far, we have identified 2,500 springs, and current year we are implementing 800 springs to complete by March. Then the next thing is the next, please. And there is a definite criteria while selecting the project areas. And this presentation will be available so that you can see there is a criteria for selection of watersheds. Next. We implement project.
Sir, we are exceeding the time too much. So
Just
please
2-3 minutes,
yes.
just. We will implement project in 3 definite phases: preparatory, work, and consolidation. Preparatory phases, we have to prepare DPR using all scientific technology, GIS, remote sensing, etc. Work phase, we execute works, and consolidation phase, we will hand over the assets developed by the project into Gram Panchayat. I don't want to explain these activities, paucity of time, and what we have achieved. Straight away go to the slide number 26, please. 26, please. Phase 1, we have completed 638 projects and 6,382 projects covering 29 million hectares. This was the phase 1. Now phase 2 is being implemented. Next slide. During the phase 1, we have done 7.64 lakh water harvesting structures we have developed, and 16.41 lakh hectares of additional area brought under protective irrigation. 36 lakh farmers benefited, and 388 lakh mandates generated. 3.36 lakh wasteland treated. 1.62 lakh hectares of area brought under plantation. And we use the real-time monitoring by Srishti and Drishti with the help of NRSA. So we are monitoring the project implementation through satellite technology. Next. See, this is our end-line evaluation reports from different states revealed that there is an increase in water table up to 3 meters, increasing cultivated area up to 30%, increase in crop intensity up to 18.3%, increasing milk production up to 40%, average annual income up to 70.1%. We have covered about 29 million hectares. This is about end-line evaluation conducted through third-party agencies by various states. Next slide. The end-line evaluation, conducted by the Niti Aayog. They also satisfied the outcomes which we reported, except post-project sustainability. There, they suggested some improvement, which we have taken care in our new phase 2 projects, which they just started in 2021. Okay. Now, go to last slide, 33, please. 33. No, thanks. Now we have a phase 2 projects. They just started in 2021 December. We have target of 5 million hectare with the total cost of 12,404 crores. And we have sanctioned 1149 projects. They are under implementation. We have one World Bank project, pilot phase project, which is the rejuvenating watersheds for agriculture resilience through innovative development. And this is the pilot project. There we are concentrating on land resource inventory and market chain, etc. We have also introduced new components like farmer producer organizations in our this, and we are also monitoring soil carbon sequestration, etc. And we are now taking up pilot projects about cactus cultivation also. These are the brief about the DOLR which we are doing for the development of land resources in our country. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, sir. Thanks. I know we are getting really too late, so I forgo my time of presentation. Kindly take it as presented. But we have the European Union President right from the morning. He is on the online and he has sent a video. So kindly bear with me. Just listen to 5 minutes of his video and then we'll break for lunch. Okay.
तो वीडियो स्टार्ट करें भैया।
Dear colleagues of the 5th International Conference on Sustainable Natural Resource Management under Global Climate Change, good morning. I am Edoardo Costantini. I am the President of the International Union of Soil Sciences, and I'm going to give you some information about IOSS structure and activities. It is really a big pleasure for me to be with you, although remotely. And I recommend you to take note of the mail address that is reported here in the slide, ioss.secretariat@crea.gov.it, which is your connection for the IOSS and also myself, if you like. The IOSS is the International Union of Soil Sciences, which is the global union of soil scientists. The objectives of the IOSS are to promote all branches of soil science and to support all soil scientists across the world in the pursuit of their activities. The IOSS aims to promote the recognition of soil as a vital resource in need of sustainable management and conservation. The IOSS is a free and autonomous organization. This is very important, because the IOSS is financed primarily by member contribution, providing a reputation for soil scientists and a collaborative space. Actually, the IOSS is based on two pillars. The first one is a union of national societies of academies, the full members. And then it is an organization of soil scientists, the individual members. The full members of the IOSS are 79 national soil science societies or academia, and the estimated individual members through the national soil science societies is about 50,000. The IOSS holds relationships with 8 regional societies in Africa, in East and Southeast Asia, in Europe, in Eurasian, in Latin American, in East Africa, in the Pacific, and in Central Asia. The governance of the IOSS is made by the Council, which collects all the full members, the Executive and President's Committees, the Secretariat, which is responsible for management. The scientific structure of the IOSS is made of 4 divisions, 21 commissions, 17 working groups, and a forum. Division 1, named Soils in Space and Time, is made by 6 commissions: soil morphology and micromorphology, soil geography, soil genesis, soil classification, pedometrics, and paleontology. While Division 2, soil properties and processes, is made by soil physics, soil chemistry, soil biology, soil mineralogy, soil chemical, physical, and biological interfacial reactions. Division 3 is about soil use and management, and is made of 6 commissions: soil evaluation and land use planning, soil and water conservation, which is perfectly fitting your conference, soil fertility and plant nutrition, soil engineering and technology, soil degradation control, remediation and reclamation, which also concern your thematic conference, and salt affected soils. And then we have Division 4, the role of soils in sustaining society and environment, which is made by 5 commissions: soils and environment, soil, food security and human health, soil and land use change, soil education and public awareness, history, philosophy, and sociology of science. All of you are free to join one or more of these commissions and divisions. You have also the possibility to join one or more working groups of the IOSS, In Division 1, we have working groups about cryosoils, digital soil mapping, digital soil morphometrics, global soil map, proximal soil sensing, soil information standards, soil monitoring, universal soil classification, and the world reference base. In Division 2, we have the working group on hydropedology, International Soil Modeling Consortium. In Division 3, working groups are for acid sulfate soils, forest soils, paddy soils, soils of urban, industrial, traffic, mining, and military areas. And in Division 4, we have the working groups about cultural pattern of soil understanding, and the last created working group, which is about young and early career scientists. The IOSS activities are manifold. The main one is our World Congress of Soil Science, which takes place every 4 years. And then we have the Inter-Congress in between the World Congresses. Then we have special congresses like that of the Centennial. I will tell you about it later. And every year we organize about 40 to 80 main scientific events organized by divisions, commissions, and working groups. And then we organize more than 2,000 events for the World Soil Day on the 5th of December in collaboration with the FAO. We publish 2 bulletins and 12 alerts every year, and we on average publish 1-2 books also in open source, and actually in the recent year we have a policy to improve our publishing possibilities, always as much as possible in open source, available for everybody for free. Another important activity of the IOSS is the awarding of outstanding scientists. We have the Dokuchaev and von Liebig Award for basic and applied researchers, respectively, and then the Jeju Award for young and mid-career soil scientists, and then the IOSS Distinguished Service Medal for outstanding world soil leaders who have translated soil science into action. Then we have the honorary members, and we have the promotion of individual members by other scientific organizations, such as the International Science Council. And last but not least, we have also the possibility to give seed money for stimulus and the project proposed by IOSS individuals. The IOSS has a website, as you can see in this picture, and different social media. Our main next scientific events are the Centennial of the IOSS, which will be celebrated in Italy next year in May. You can see here the website of this meeting, and the call for abstract is already open for it. So please go to this website and have a look. In October next year, we are going to have our Inter-Congress meeting in China, in Nanjing. And finally, always in Nanjing, in 2026, we are going to have our 23rd World Congress of Soil Science. So be prepared to attend it. And with this, I finish my short talk, and I wish you all the success for your conference. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you. Now it is the convener, Dr. Dubey. Yes, you take care.
Thank you very much for the speakers and chair. Since we are getting very late for the lunch, so very quickly I will do the ceremony of the honoring our chairman or speakers, and after that I will request if you can come with the things, please come. Okay.
So there is a love of token from our society. So I am requesting to sir, please give the token of love from the society to our chairman, that is Dr. TBS Rajput sir. Please, sir. Thank you, sir. Then please give our token of love to our co-chairman, sir, that is Dr. Cherish sir. Please, sir. Now, please grace our love from our society to our reporters, that is Dr. Praveen sir and Dr. Ajay Narwade sir. Dr. Praveen sir and Dr. Ajay Narwade sir. Again, I am requesting sir to give our love to Dr. S.K. Dubey sir. He is our session convener. S.K. Dubey sir, he is our session convener. Now it is time to give our love to that is J.S. Bali Memorial lecture, that is Biseswar Ratha sir, to Soul and Momento. Soul and Momento. Thank you, sir. Again, I am requesting sir to give our love to the keynote address, that is Dr. C.P. Reddy sir. Again, Soul and Momento. Sir, give Soul and Momento to Dr. C.P. Reddy sir. Thank you all to join with us in our society. Thank you all. Yes, sir. Okay. Now this is the time for the lunch. I think we all are hungry for the lunch and waiting here. So please go, and after 45 minutes, we will be ready again for our session.
all of you for the first technical session of International Conference. I request Dr. A.K. Singh, former DDG NRM and Vice President NAS, to chair the session. And co-chairman for me. I request Dr. Adi Narayana, Professor, IIT Mumbai, to co-chair the session. I request Dr. S.M. Purushothaman, Dr. Suresh Kumar to act as a rapporteurs. I request Dr. O.P.S. Kolla to convince the session. In this session, there are the three keynote addresses. The first one will be Land Degradation, Neutrality and Opportunities by Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, former DDG NRM and ICAR and former Vice Chancellor, Agriculture University Gwalior and Vice President of NAS. Board is not saying about me. Where is it? Okay. So, Nitesh, kindly make available the first keynote address. Land Degradation, Neutrality and Opportunities by Dr. Anil Kumar Singh, please. Yeah, yes. Done. Respected delegates, those who are sitting in the corridor, may please come inside. I request you, all of you, to kindly come inside. Keynote address speakers are ready for their presentation. So please join inside. In this session, there are the three keynote addresses: Land Degradation, Neutrality and Opportunities by Dr. Anil Kumar Singh. Groundwater Depletion, a Threat to Resilience of Our Future, Dr. R.C. Sivashwa, former Vice Chancellor, RPCAU, USA Bigar. And Climate Risk Vulnerability and Impact Assessment and Risk Reduction Strategies, which on behalf of Dr. V. Geeta Lakshmi, TNAU, Dr. Palani Velan, Director, Water Technology Center, TNAU, will be presenting the online. So these are the three lectures. I request the chairman, sir. We are already delayed by the schedules due to unavoidable circumstances. So I request the Honorable Chairman and the team try to wind up or make up the session little bit. It's injustice if I ask it to. Thank you very much, sir. Now I'm handing over to Dr. O.P.S. Kolla and the chairman of the session to continue it.
Dr. Mohan, should we start? Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As expected, post-lunch session is always slow to start. Anyway, this session is, we have three keynote addresses. I have my co-chair, Dr. Adi Narayan. He's professor in IIT Mumbai, and we have reporters Purushottam and Suresh Kumar. And Dr. Kolla is the session convener. Though, of course, this was supposed to be for a session for 1.5 hours. Normally, it's not fair to ask the speakers to shorten it, but I would request them to, try to finish in maybe around 20-22 minutes or so that we can have our time. But and I think the first presentation, I hope I'll be able to stick to time. And I request my co-chair to. Sure, sorry. Please. I thought and Doctor, where is the third speaker? Geeta Lakshmi. No, कोई और आ रहा है? Dr. Palani Velu or somebody. Dr. Palani Velu is here. Something like. But he'll be online. Okay. So he is online or no? That's definite. Okay. So I think we'll try to finish around 22 minutes so that we can try to shorten the duration of this particular session. I know that we are hard pressed for time, and so I'll request Dr. Adhinan to take over and make my presentation. Right? Just remind me about 20 minutes so I'll try to. So once again, good afternoon, everybody. The title of my presentation is on land degradation neutrality, the challenges and opportunities. So I think we both water and soil were highlighted in the inaugural session. So I'll just move on to this. I think one doesn't have to really highlight this particular issue, but the problem is that we are not giving the soil erosion the importance that it is supposed to be given. And this is a statement that this is Professor Pimentel is from Cornell University. And then we also have, we all know, all soil scientists here know how much time it takes for a millimeter or a centimeter of soil layer to be formed. So soil erosion removes that quite fast. And then, of course, these are all very familiar quotes regarding soil. So the important is that soil and land, when we talk of soil and we imply that land is being used, it's a very serious issue. And of course, the former president said that the nation that destroys soil destroys itself. So, okay. Now, what are the challenges that the agriculture sector is facing? If you look at the challenge, taking the example of India, because in South Asia, that is the largest country, they have estimated that if you want to feed 1.7 billion people by 2050, the estimates are around 1.68 billion. Probably you have to increase the productivity of land and water by maybe 2 to 3 times or more, and labor productivity by 6 times. And this has to be done with almost the same net cultivated area that we have. It has remained same for the last 5 decades. There's no scope for area expansion. In fact, urbanization is taking away most of a lot of productive lands. And the only way to feed the population is probably, apart from Africa, most of the countries, this issue is the same, that you have to intensify the agricultural activities. And that will obviously result in a strain on the natural resources. Land is being, as I said, we have a competition on the industry sector, on the domestic sector, and other sectors. So this is being degraded as well as we are losing some. The only way we can move, we can attain these targets would be only if you use modern technology, maybe biotechnology, modern tools and techniques, precision farming is one of them. Now, if we look, in addition to that, we also have our national priorities and international commitments. And if you look at that, food and nutrition security is always there. And at the international also, we have committed that we have to, in fact, land degradation neutrality, the target for India is 26 million hectares. We are also supposed to have a net zero emission by 1970. And also that we are also having a huge target for bioethanol production. Why I refer to bioethanol production is because it's the agricultural land which will be responsible for that. Now, this is just the global level scenario. You can see this situation there, that a lot of land is being utilized for agriculture, but a lot of degradation is going on. And you can see the distribution of land globally. This is, if you look at South Asia, I've just highlighted the South Asia world. This is the global scenario of the entire So I have highlighted South Asia because if you see, that's the percentage of region which is affected is maximum in South Asia. And as you all know, India has the largest cultivated area under cultivation. And you can see at the world level, the percentage of region affected is only 13%. Even if you take Sub-Saharan Africa or Southern America, the percent affected is much less compared to South Asia. And that is why probably I chose that we probably talk more about the Indian conditions. Now, globally, if you look, there are 2 billion hectares of previous productive land which is now degraded. It is said that 70% of the natural resources, natural ecosystems have been transformed has been transformed already. And if we do not take corrective action by 2050, this could increase to 90%, which means that if you want to feed the population in 2030, you require an additional 300 million hectares. Something which is very important is that by 2030, the fashion industry is predicted to use 35% more land. That means over 150 million hectares. And when you say fashion industry, a lot of things are involved, in addition to textiles also. If you look at India, about 190 million population is undernourished. We have enough food to feed and export, but the nutrition standards data is not very encouraging. And 30% of the area is degraded. Multi-nutrient deficiency in soils. Water availability is already an issue. And then, of course, we have to produce 400 plus million tons by 2050. That is food. We have to produce the horticulture crops. We have to feed the livestock, and almost all this goes. If you look at the temperature, this slide I showed you all know that we talk about 1.5. But if you look at the land temperatures and separated from the global temperature separated from the ocean and the land, you find that we are already more than 1.5 degrees centigrade. In fact, almost 2 degrees centigrade. So when we talk of 1.5 degrees as a global temperature, I think we are already facing a situation. And if you look at this projection, probably they say that by 2034, we might be reaching 1.5 degrees centigrade. As I mentioned in the morning, June to September have already been stated to be the hottest 4 months. And there are many regions in the world which are 1.5 degrees centigrade as higher than the global. So this is the situation. So this is one situation. Global temperatures, carbon dioxide increase. And if you look at the rainfall pattern, this is based on the historical data, and it shows that the light to moderate rainfall events are reducing and high and medium intensity rainfall areas, intensity events are increasing, which means that you are going to have high intensity rainy days, more drought spells of larger duration. So you have both runoff, you also have drought. So you have to probably plan for these things. And this also shows that if you want to plan for anything, probably taking for 10 years variation is more relevant today than taking 30 years or 50 years data, which normally we take for many of these things. If you look at the land degradation scenario, in spite of all these things, the latest data that is available, it shows there has been a restoration of land, but overall, the percentage of degraded lands has increased. Currently, 29.77, that means 30% of our land is under degradation, and it is 80% is for overall those states that I mentioned. They are the ones which have the maximum desertification involved. Now, if you look at the different areas, the types of the drivers which are driving all this variation, you can see from water erosion, vegetation degradation, water logging, except for wind erosion, salinity, and barren rocky, you find that in most cases, the percentage of area affected has been increased. So we have to probably concentrate on these areas for our future. If you look at the type of land use, it is surprising that unirrigated area and the forest areas, they are the ones with the largest degradation component of this. So the focus area should be the rainfed areas and the forest areas, because we all know forest is generally grown in the degraded areas. Now it is estimated that the economic loss of this degradation is about 3.17 lakh crores. It's about $47 billion in 2014-15, and which represents approximately 2.5% of country's GDP. So you can understand the magnitude of this particular thing. And then, of course, Globally, if you look at it, it is impacting at least 3.2 billion people and costing more than 10% of the annual global gross product in terms of loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. And then also, estimates are that by 2050, land degradation and climate change alone can reduce yields 10% globally, but within regions could be around 50%. So that is why we have been talking about land degradation neutrality. I will not read this definition, but it is important to see the definition which has been given by the parties to the convention, that a state whereby the amount and quantity of land resources necessary to support ecosystem functions and services and enhance food security, and I will add nutrition, that part I have added, remains stable or increases within the specified temporal and spatial scales and ecosystem. This is the definition of what we should be addressing when we talk of land degradation neutrality. The benefits are quite well known that we have land, as I said, it's a very finite amount, and all the activities are focused on that. So we have to see how we manage our land resources, and that is why we talk of land degradation neutrality. And this supposed to, the approach actually implies that whatever loss of productive land is there, we try to recover it through taking care of the degradation. The issue is that if we do not take care of the land degradation neutrality, it can cause social and political instability, fuel poverty, and conflict and migration, in addition to whatever losses there. So in the morning, something was mentioned about the land, the ecosystem services. You can see that when we talk of ecosystem services, we generally focus on the provision zones. Provisions means whatever is produced, which is sold to the market, you get the money. We forget about the supporting and the regulating services, which are equally important. And if you ignore these in the long term, you are liable to run into issues with the sustainable production of these things. We all know, of course, the cultural issues of land. I think our chief guest mentioned quite a bit. Now, why this land degradation neutrality is very important is, if you look at the sustainable development goals, these are some of the development goals which are directly affected by the land degradation neutrality. And number one, which is no poverty, I have given the details. This is one which is affected by, if you take care of the land. Second is the no hunger, that is zero hunger. This is again one of the goals which I have been talking about. And third is the access to safe and drinking water. I think soil or land serves as a sieve to filter water. And when we say groundwater is one of the, in a better quality one, is because soil serves as a sieve. But of course, it has a capacity to sieve a certain amount. Beyond that is. Then if you go to the next one, it takes the, in case of renewable energy also, land plays a critical role in that. And then, of course, the food wastage. So if you provide food, you are using the land for it. We are now talking a lot about how to reduce this food wastage. And then, of course, we know that climate hazards, all those land is affected by that. And of course, the 15th one, the goal 15th one has other issues other than land degradation neutrality. And if you take care of land degradation neutrality, probably it's possible to take care of all the other things. Now, when you want to take care of land degradation, land degradation neutrality, there is a response hierarchy which one must follow. One is to avoid degradation. That is, whatever the situation is, try to maintain that level, that land, so that it doesn't degrade further. And these are the conservation, soil, land, and ecosystem management services, sustainable management of pastures, soil moisture conservation, conservation tillage. These are which we are very familiar with. All of you are belong to society. Second is that you reduce degradation. So and these are some of the alternatives which are already available with us, how to take care that you don't to reduce degradation. And third is, if you can reverse the process, that is to improve the condition of the land, reclaim problem soils, whatever measures are required, so that the situation improves. And that. Now, so then if you want to start the whole process of that, how do you go ahead with that? Then these are the 5 steps that are involved, that you identify the regions. How do you manage that particular region? How do you deal with it in terms of the problem that is being there? And then what are the proper agriculture management practices that you must adopt? And the most important probably is, how do you converge the already going on activities so that the best effect is felt on the ground. And there are 5 reasons when we have to select the regions. One is that you have to see the vulnerability of the region, the easiness or ease of whatever you want to implement in that. Then, of course, the environmental services, I said, is becoming very important. And then, of course, the which community gets the benefit, the larger community, whether how much benefit that community gets. And of course, the economics are always there. And of course, there are a lot of governments, we have been talking about degradation. The degradation overall has increased. But if you look at the number of agencies which are involved, government schemes which are existing, there are a lot. There are many schemes. Forestry sector is there, agriculture sector is there, watershed management interventions are there. And then, of course, there are other initiatives. I have listed a whole lot. So all these ongoing programs are there. But in spite of all these things, we have probably not been able to fulfill, and that is why overall degradation has improved. Now, if you look at the convergence, I think this is very, very important that we focus on convergence. And this is just to show you that convergence means, in addition to the government schemes, the other agencies, other stakeholders also come together, and so that we can join together. And then, of course, now these latest is there, you focus on the landscape approach, where you have both the land degradation neutrality and also the nationally determined targets, how they are built in. Again, this probably just implies what is going on as far as the multi-stakeholder is concerned. Now, the advantage of these is that it builds resilience if you are able to manage your land properly, and they can have a positive impact on the environment, as well as soil health and also the economics. And of course, they also impact the climate change. And one of the targets of the program is that you have to build up the soil carbon, and these agriculture soils would sequester almost 0.6 to 1.2 gigatons of carbon, and set one of the targets on 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Then, of course, building up resilience in the ecosystems. If you are able to manage land, you can also take care of the water, which is another aspect, in addition to, of course, the soil health. And I think, which is very important, is that this land degradation neutrality also takes care of the human well-being through sustainable land management. You could probably achieve about 90% or 95% of the productivity of land by these practices, increase the productivity of the whichever system you're there. Now, a 10-year action plan, I think in the morning it was mentioned about UN towards a restored world, a decade of that. So these are some of the 10, you can say, commandments or whatever you want to call it, that these are required if you really want to restore the world. And I would just like to mention the number 6th one, which is monitoring trends in land degradation. Because whatever you are doing, monitoring is very, very important. And they said there are 3 core indicators. That is land cover, land productivity, which also called the net primary productivity, and carbon stocks, that is soil organic carbon. Crowe et al. Also mentioned something, that there are other 2 factors which should be involved in that. One is that there should be a scientific approach to the policy that the government formulates. So that is very important. And then the socio-economic parameters like land, the tenancies there, all these issues which are there with the public, and they should also be considered. And then, of course, everybody should also be taken on board on this. Now, what is really happening on the ground is, I think most of you, those who have traveled across the highway, must be aware of, at least if you go anywhere from this Punjab, Haryana, anywhere up to Bihar, is the brick industry. India is the 2nd largest brick industry, and 0.8 million hectares has already been consumed by the brick industry, and they expect that by 2030, about 1 million hectares would be taken up by the brick industry. Now, if I have given you some data, what it means is that once you remove that soil is taken, it reduces the productivity by 60 to 90%. And if you really want to compensate for whatever carbon dioxide emission of that, you probably need about 3 million hectares of afforestation to take care of that. So this is required, and that is why it is we should be working on. Market incentive should be given to options that can take care of. And the production of brick industry was increased was 8 times from 1971 to 21. That means 2011. That is in 40 years, and it may increase more than 4 times in the next phase, which is 2011 to 2047. So this is going to put a lot of stress on that, and the most productive land is going there. Then, of course, these are the strategies that I have listed in this, which we are familiar with. I think all of you have been working on this. So these are many of the options which are available with us. And then we also try to shortlist the technology that are available where for the drivers which are causing the degradation. And you can see that we have given for different regions what are the practices, and these are also available. Now, coming to the implementation part, those 10 principles that was mentioned by in the earlier table, you can see if we combine together with all these schemes, it is possible to do that. And there was a study earlier that between 2011 and 2018, India was able to restore about 9.8 million hectares. So if we go by the progress made during those years, it is possible to have 1.4 million hectares restored every year. But then to do it, one has to also take care of the changes that are happening in the climate. Now, if you really want to see how to go about, it's a very simple version that we have highlighted. You have all those drivers, and what is the area? That means if we take care of, if you want to have 26 million hectares by 2030, you can probably go ahead and these are the actions. We have taken water erosion, how it can be taken care of, wind erosion, acid soils, salinized soils, and vegetation cover. All these things, all these have been worked out. It's possible. And we have also indicated the agencies or the ministries which can take care of that. Now, one thing I would like to add is, and if you follow these, not very difficult, we have all the technologies for any of these things. The other thing is the green wall concept. Now, this was started by China in 1978, and they wanted to cover up about 35 million hectares by through forestation, and the area was 4,800 kilometers length, 1,450 kilometers width. That means about, and the latest report says the target was 2050, but they say they are going to finish this by 2030, and they have already completed more than. The target was 15%, from 5 to 15. They have already crossed 13%. So they are, and this they started before this Bonn Convention or something was started. Then the Green Wall of Africa. This is again, this started in 2007. And then latest to join is the Green Wall of India. So I'll just very briefly mention, this is just to show you that this is the Green Wall of Africa. And it is about 8,000 kilometers, and they planned 100 million hectares. To date, about 18% of that area has been covered. Of course, this is because there are 11 countries involved, a lot of money is involved. They were a bit slowing down in between because of the fund resources, but I think now they have got a 8 billion grant right now, and they'll probably be finishing on target. If you come to the one that is being talked about in India, this is the Aravalli Green Wall project. This was being discussed earlier, but now they have implemented it in the sense that it was inaugurated on March 25, 2023, which means only this year. And this is going to be about 1,400 kilometers of length, width about 5 kilometers. They call it from Porbandar to Panipat. And if this materializes, probably 1.15 million hectares will be reclaimed. So this is what is there. And then, of course, what I mentioned here is the way forward. We have to talk of regenerative agriculture, which means heal the land, heal the people, and there are agroforestry policies. One thing I would like to mention, the number 2 point is that the sustainable development, there is a need to have a measure that summarizes the value of nature to economic activity. That is called the gross ecosystem product. There should be something like this worked out so that it highlights where the investment should go, so that the ecosystem services are benefited and you can have repayment for ecosystems. Organic farming, natural farming was already mentioned. It has to be community-based. But if you have the best management practices followed by all the 120 million farmers, that means small and medium, it is possible to meet or more than the feed requirement, food requirement by 2050. This is there. I think I don't have to mention these things. I have already indicated. I think the only problem is that land, water, and agriculture are shared subject. Forest is a concurrent subject. So sometimes there is a lot of implementation. There are many low-hanging fruits. The recent development of green carbon credits means that if all these agencies are involved, probably they'll be able to get some benefit of those who are involved in that. I think with this, I'd like to finish. I just to give a message that how important these natural resources are as far as we are concerned. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Really highlighted a lot of important points. Authoritatively, thank you very much. Maybe we can ask one or maximum two questions in case if you have anything with the speaker. He may probably have to leave now. Any? None? Okay. Thank you very much.
He'll be talking on groundwater depletion, a threat to resilience of our future. Dr. Shwasta, please.
RCS के नाम से फाइल है RCS ग्राउंड वाटर डिप्लीशन.
Dr. Shwasta was the Vice Chancellor before his superannuation, and the Dr. Rajendra Central Agriculture University. Before that, director in Kari, which was earlier called Kari Central Agriculture Research Institute in Port Blair, and then before that in the Institute of Water Management. Dr. Shwasta, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman, sir. I'll be speaking on the groundwater depletion. Normally, we talk about the depletion as only that our water is going to be reduced. But I am presenting on a different perspective that how it is going to threaten our future. If we go for a next slide, total water availability. Our water availability is about 4,000 billion cubic meter, out of which available is 1123, and in which surface water is 691 and groundwater is 432. And out of this 432 at present, the exploitation level is 60%, and that's not spread same all over the country. In few states, it has gone beyond 100 even. So the situation is very precarious in a good number of the states. Now, what's going to happen next? As my previous speaker and Mr. Chairman was talking, that the temperatures are going to increase further. And when the things will get warmer, the people will draw more water from underground, leading to faster depletion. And one study shows that the depletion is going to be 3.26 times more rate than the current. So we are going to land up in a bigger problem in the coming years. Now this already, our per capita availability has reduced to 1,300 cubic meter against the stress level of 1,750. So on average, the whole country is now the stress condition. And few ecoregions, if we divide it into 5 north, south, west, east, and northeast, except northeast and a bit of eastern India, whole country has become, the rest 3 regions have become the stress level. Now, what will be the impact? First is that availability of water, which we all know, need not to explain. But 3 things which I could, while preparing this paper, I came across. First is that sinking and subsidence of Earth's surface. Somehow I was talking earlier about that whenever there is a Earth subsidence, there is a caving of the roads and structures failure. I was telling that this is related to our groundwater depletion. came here, just stumbled, you can say, not come in, because I stumbled upon a study, and that study was for the India itself, that our lands are subsiding in especially the groundwater depletion areas. And one study for the Delhi NCR says that in the Kapasera near our international airport, the land is sinking at the rate of 10 centimeters per annum. And that is going to create havoc with our whole structure. Because when the water disappears, second is reduction in lean season flow, which I will be talking about. And fourth is enhanced energy consumption in pumping. So let us talk about first the incidence of depleting water. आगे बढ़ाते जाइए, आपने बढ़ाया कहाँ पे है अभी? तो यहाँ से साफ मुझे दिख नहीं रहा, इसलिए मैं बोल नहीं, इसलिए मैंने इससे मैं बोल रहा हूँ. तो when our waters are disappearing from our aquifer, the land will either it will sink gradually or suddenly. And this, when it is happening, it will not happen only in uniform rate again. So when the land is sinking not at a uniform rate but at a differential rate, this is going to lead to our next thing. This is the whole thing which is happening at number of times. And we actually happen, so most of the time we say, okay, there was a bad workmanship and all that. But very little we are talking about this. Only last Saturday, I was with the Institution of Engineers, they were talking about the bridge failures. And I told, they were talking about that this is failing here, these are the different regions. I said, one of the regions which we are not talking about the foundation failure due to this depletion of the water, and then about the sinkage of the land, which is happening because of the groundwater depletion. And this is happening when it happens in the your unconsolidated aquifer areas. What happens when it is the consolidated? Now, this is happened that they are finding everywhere, and that also depends how much is the sinking is. If there is a limestone in the ground, the limestone starts dissolving, and that also creates more problem. Another is that what they are estimating that land subsidence will affect about 8% of the world surface and about 1.2 billion inhabitants living in 21% of the major cities worldwide will be affected by this land subsidence. So this is especially in our country, the whole of the North India and the Western India are going to be most affected. Sometimes we can say, and now this what will happen in the consolidated aquifer area. I told that once I had read the Latour faced an earthquake in 1992 or 93, I think it was. And everybody was surprised that an earthquake occurred in an area like Latour, which was not supposed to face an earthquake because our Deccan area don't face that earthquake. They are not in the risk zone. But that also happened because, as you know, the water table in Latour has gone as low as 800 feet. If you remember, few of you, that even water trains had to be run to make the water available to the Latour residents. And this is what happens with the Venetian. And then sinking of land, we all know how it affects the buildings. Next, please. Buildings, they sink. Till now, we have heard only mainly in the hilly areas. And that's why when an earthquake happens, the hills are very like this, the recent earthquake. Nepal got most affected, although the epicenter was also there, because the sinking or the shifting of the land is more. But if it happens even in the plain area, in the unconsolidated aquifer areas, because of sinking, this will happen to our building structures. And this is how this is what happened in Latour. Because in the hard rock aquifer area, this land subsidence activates shifting of tectonic plates, which will result in earthquake. And this was what happened in Latour 30 years back. Now let us come on the impact on the lean season flow of rivers. We all know rivers remain in space during the monsoon. After the monsoon, the lean season flow starts. In the summer, the flow, in the lean season flow, the water comes from the aquifers. And in the summers, the water comes from the snow melt, which is happens with our Himalayan snow-fed rivers. But what's happening with the time, I couldn't get to that, was in one of my presentations, but sifting and all that has taken toll of those presentations. So I couldn't get, but that I had to pick up the Ganga in Patna. How the things get so Ganga looks like just a big nala during the in the winter season, in the summer. What happened in the winter earlier? Now to see the first two pictures, when the rivers are in spate, they recharge the aquifer, and aquifer comes to a good level. In the lean season, this aquifer is that the water flows. Now look, this is river and this is aquifer. During the monsoon, the water flows from river to aquifer. Once the river goes down, the water starts flowing from aquifer to river, and they maintain the water level in the winter season specifically. But if our aquifer level is going down, the river is not able to recharge sufficient, and then there is the water level of the aquifer is not more than the water level of the bed level of the river. So there will be no flow from the aquifer to the river, and then that reduction in the flow will reduce the lean season significantly. And that was one reason why even when we are talking about the waterways authority having the waterways all across especially in the North India, the problem is that we are going to have poor lean season flow. So if we are not, and that I talked to when I was at Bihar, I talked one to IIT Patna, NIH Patna and NIT Patna, whether we have got any study done between the rainfall runoff, aquifer and the river continuum. Very rarely I don't think that we were taught that how these three are in a continuum and affecting anything, affect the, not only that, if the rivers get silted up, that also is affecting our aquifer and then the lean season flow. Very rarely we are considering on that, and I will request that especially our professor from the IIT Mumbai, that whether we can have the studies on this, that how our aquifers are affecting the lean season flow. Then how the groundwater depletion is affecting the energy. As soon as our energy, groundwater depletion starts, our energy requirement for getting the water is increasing. Next, I will like to give you a look to this slide. This is based on my personal interview with the farmers, personal interaction. I just, while working in the Muzaffarnagar, I just sat down with the farmers and I asked, "Bhai, aap mujhe timeline jaisa batao, how you have changed, the pumps have changed." And that came a very startling revelation that pre-95 they were using 5 HP centrifugal pump. After that, they started using 5 HP submersible pump. Then they shifted to 7.5, then 10, and then 12.5 was the normal, even some were having 15. This is the condition up to 2014-15 I am talking. After that, might have even gone back. So now you see, in 95, for 1 cubic meter of the water, what energy they were spending, now they are spending around 2.5 to 3 times of the energy. Now, what is this has got the cascading effect? Energy requirement has increased, plus the energy prices have also increased. So the farmer feel a pinch on the cost of cultivation. He start talking about give the free and electricity or subsidize the electricity. When there is this electricity subsidies there, he becomes even more carefree and don't bother about what is the water use efficiency, how much he is spending, and that the whole society is going to face that problem when we are subsidizing. Yesterday, I was talking to one of my old colleagues, Dr. Singh from NCAP, and this is happening all over. He was talking about few projects. He's basically an economist. We work together at my Bhubaneswar days, and that shows that how this subsidy on the electricity for the farmers is affecting. But why it is coming up? Because we are not, our groundwater, the farmers are not to be blamed. It is we with policy makers which are not working on this, how the water level should be achieved. So what should be our roadmap? Two things, anything if there is a problem, demand side management, next please. Demand side management and supply side management. Let us first talk about demand side management in agriculture. Since in demand side management in agriculture, since it uses around 80% of the, more than 80% even, reduce the demand by reducing the conveyance loss, increasing application efficiency, develop automated irrigation system, and such as improved irrigation pumps. Then domestic, because domestic demand is also going to increase very significantly with the more emphasis on the Har Ghar Jal, domestic demand is going to increase significantly. Again, जो एक आदमी की नेचुरल टेंडेंसी है, मिल रहा है, पहले क्या होता, कुएं से पानी लेके आना है, घर में देना है ताकि उससे लोग नहाएंगे. अब चूंकि मिल रहा है तो नल से जितना पानी आ जाता है पी लो, उसे खर्च करो भाई. So that's also going. Again, the industry, water use in industry, we just say they are using only 4 to 6%, but there is a significant, I will just talk about that later. Now, demand side. In Muzaffarnagar, when I worked there, that was a big experience for me, how at the farmers level the things are going. They, instead of the 12, they were wasting around 800 mm of the water out of 2000, 800 mm of the water only as the conveyance loss. And which when we put underground pipeline, the things improved a lot. And not only that, they saved about 1 to 1.5% of the land also. Next, please. This is the what we did. And there I did my own designs few. First thing, the hydrants has to be not to be plastic. It has to be the GI. And this even the opener also, I made it that it can be locked, so that nobody can open it and some damage can be done there. So these are the two things, and this is from the, just before when I was preparing for this, I took the information from there, and now from the last 8 years, they are still working very well and the farmers are happy. If we go to the benefits, next. If we go for the benefits, what we found that in UP, I was doing an exercise for the UP. Now then I found that the total benefit, if you convert only the sugarcane area, which is irrigated out of 20 lakh hectare, out of 23 lakh hectare, the sugarcane only, then we will be saving around 2,350 crore rupees per annum. And that is around, and if you take the other costs also, it will be about 4,000 crore per annum. And how much we need to spend? Only 20,000 per hectare. So 4,000 crore, if we spend 40,000 crores, we are going to get around 4,000 crores of the this year return per annum. And mind it, major return is going to come up from our electricity saving, which we are anyway, we are giving the subsidy. So that will be a win-win situation for the farmer, for the your power supplies state, plus the natural resource. Then enhancing application efficiency. One of the things which I have been telling for a long time that we didn't do is we have to depend upon surface irrigation from time to come. From the last 25, 30 years, we are working on the drip and sprinkler, and still we have been able to cover only 20% of area. So we need to improve our irrigation efficiency of the surface irrigation. Unfortunately, people work next page. If someone has got data, I will be happy to accept it. But from 1972-73, which was work was done on the border irrigation and the furrow irrigation, nobody is working nowadays on the. I told to even DDG, NRM, the present DDG, even before the initial Sikka also, कि please कुछ करो, क्यों नहीं हम कर रहे हैं? ये सब तब की गई थी. अगर आप देखिए 100 to 300 meter is the length. 300 meter कहाँ आप किसके पास खेत है इतने बड़े बड़े. So this your systems, they are doing good furrow system, good this your borders for irrigation. This is from the other district of UP. I found it in 2014. This was the situation they were using, but we don't have data that what should be the next, what should be how much efficiency is increased in their well-led system, because the farmer is not getting any data, any information that if he is spending money on making such irrigation systems, how much he is going to gain, and then what should be the optimal stream size for these different sizes of the furrow length or even the borders. We are not having this data, so we need to work upon it. Next is the automation. Surface irrigation, as I said, is going to stay, and especially for the winter irrigation, you need to do something because the labor is going to be costly, and given the standard of the living, very few people will be ready to go in the winters in the field and irrigate it. Night irrigation becomes a nightmare. And हमारे ईस्टर्न यूपी में एक कहावत है, जिसने पूस और माघ के महीने में गेहूं की सिंचाई की हो, वही जानता है धरती गेहूं को सींचना कितना कठिन काम होता है. So the automation is necessary. Fortunately, one of the students of Dr. Manoj Khanna, she is working on this, and in the last seminar they showed something, and I was very happy. मैंने कहा कि I am happy that at least someone has started doing work on this automation. So we need to get more work on this so that we can automate our surface irrigation system, connect it to mobile, give a signal from mobile, and either the water stops or water can be started like that. So next please. So system developed, we have to be rugged, not much expensive, and can run on the battery. This is one which we have to do. Cost and affordability. The automation will lead in saving in labor cost about 65% and water used by 5 to 10%. And this rising labor cost of pumping, and focus on increasing efficiency, this will be the situation. Third comes on the research of improved irrigation pumps. At RPCU Pusa, fortunately, I initiated this 3 HP pump because the water level was low, and I told why we need a three-phase pumps, because the fields are small and the electricity infrastructure is not there for 3-phase irrigation. Voltage problems are there. So I said, why we can't have single-phase 3 HP submersible pumps, and that worked very fine. And then after I told, we will not put any 7.5 or 10 HP pumps, except where there is much requirement. We'll put only 3 HP pumps, single phase, so that we don't have to spend on the electricity infrastructure as well as that. Then I said, one of my engineer, why don't you, now we have got a range of pumps, study their pumping efficiency. And this is the result, and startling results, that as when it is lower, the efficiency is better. So if you link it to what I was talking about, that with the groundwater depleting, you need higher pumps. We are not increasing pump, we are even going down in the efficiency. I talked to one of the director of our ICN, मैंने कहा भाई कुछ करो, let us work on it. And the main question was, why nobody is bothered about this efficiency? I said, the companies are not bothered because they have got a captive market. Farmer is not interested because he is not paying as per the use, and government, I don't know. So this is the thing we need to work. I told once in a meeting that when we have got the mileage of a car increasing from 8 and 9, 20 years back, now it has become so much. So this is all. So supply side management, I will just just आगे बढ़ा दीजिए, सीधे करनाल वाले पे आ जाइए. हाँ, design feature of the groundwater system. This was developed by the CSSI Karnal. This is quite effective, but the problem is again the cleaning. And cleaning you require 10.8 cubic meter of the material equivalent to 1.5 truckload of sand, gravel, and boulders. What will be the labor requirement? And because of this reason, a good number of them get choked up and then go out of order. So we need to do another one. I've been just talking about 2. That is the second one was developed by RPCU Pusa during my tenure. And this one is very effective. It is working both as a drainage cum recharge aquifer, and in one it is working about 3 to 5 hectare meters. So I was thinking, if the area is around 25 acres or even 25 hectare, it will increase the water level by 1 meter. So if in the 5 years it increases the water level by 5 meters, think of it, how much energy you will be saving, as I showed you earlier. Then next, this one we did at RPCU when I was, and later on, now you can think from the 104%, we have reduced the groundwater consumption to 81%, from 223%, from 223 hectare meter to 195 hectare meter. So this is the saving you can do it. Again comes the municipal wastewater utilization. Next, please. So here also I will just show this is the IRI model, very good model. The only constraint which I feel is the land. They said that they will be using around 1.42 hectare of the area they have used. Now getting 1.42 hectare of the land in any urban center is a big thing, a big money. And that's why, since they have not taken the cost of the land in that, is going to come. So another work we did at IIWM Bhubaneswar, and this is we developed next in this the filters. Next, this is the way we got the clean water, you can see. And now, next please. Now they are using this wastewater from their own campus for irrigating the flower beds in the campus itself. So this way we can utilize the food. Another concept, next please, which I took when I was working there as a principal scientist, I started using that. Can we do it, this problem of the land, that can we do it in the in situ, in the Nala itself? And we did this concept of having the filters with gabion, so that we can filter the water and then use it with the other filter and utilize this water for that. And whatever you are getting the wastage there, that can be taken care of, taken up by there and make the vermicompost or something like that. And in that we started, but somehow things have not gone well. Okay, even when we did just outside our campus, the road widening, that had to be destroyed and removed. So now finally, next. What should be our goal? Create a water positive aquifer. That was the line which I used. That can be there where supply should be more than the demand. It can be city unit, can be city, block, or any administrative unit. Estimate total water demand, recent and future. Estimate present groundwater charge. Estimate available municipal wastewater, that is grey water. I'm not talking about the effluent from the industry. I'm talking only about the municipal wastewater, which doesn't have got any significant content of the heavy metal. Estimate runoff available for recharge after accounting for environmental services. Prepare a plan for enhanced recharge, use of groundwater, and areas where water use efficiency can be increased to make it positive. Last, we should not forget water cycle, and that water cycle and life cycle are one. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Shrivastava, for highlighting the issues of groundwater utilization. Any questions, interventions, clarifications? If none, then we move on to the next speaker, and next speaker is online. Can you please check if he's there? The next speaker is Dr. Palani Velan. He is the director of the Center for Water and Geospatial Studies in TNAU, Coimbatore. So are you there?
Yes, sir.
So
but it was
okay. So Dr. Palani Velan is there. So he'll be talking on climate risk variability and impact assessment and risk reduction strategies. So you can go ahead, Dr. Palani Velan.
Yes, sir. So
can you hear us?
Yes. Sir, do you hear me, sir?
Now we can hear you. Yes. Go ahead, please. Go ahead.
So good afternoon to all, respected chairman, co-chairman of the session. So I present this topic on behalf of our Honorable Vice Chancellor, since our Vice Chancellor Madam is busy with other scheduled government program on an urgent mode. So the climate risk and the climate resilient activities, what we are taking up on behalf of Tamil Nadu Agriculture University and at national level, I'll be presenting. So as you all know, the climate change poses a serious threat to food security because the surface air temperature increases by 1 degree more than 1 degree centigrade between 1900 to 2020. And if you take the, if you consider the greenhouse gas emissions, so India emits around 6% of the global greenhouse gas emissions, and agriculture accounts for 37% of the GHGs, in which half of methane and part of nitrous oxide, it is coming from agriculture. So if you consider the monsoon rain, 6% decline has happened from 1950 to 2015, and the grass area zone, not the net area, grass area zone has been reduced by 12.7% because of reduction in cropping intensity and loss of biodiversity, reduced yields, and if you take the climate parameter, temperature will increase by 2.4 degrees centigrade at the end of the 21st century. That is the scenario and the projections made from different agencies. So what will happen? The projected changes are increase in temperature, erratic rainfall, drought, melting of glaciers, and increased occurrence of heat waves are the major anticipated changes in the climate scenario. So these are the major sources of greenhouse gas emission in which agriculture and the soils contribute a lot, especially in the CO2, nitrous oxide, and the paddy fields to the maximum extent on methane. So if you consider the rainfall and its correlation with the food grain production, so this is the annual rainfall happened in the last century, that is from 1900 to 2020. Whenever there is a decrease in rainfall, then definitely it had impact on food grain production. So accurate prediction of climate risk and developing the climate smart agriculture practices can sustain agriculture production. That is the underlying point from this. Then this I have already mentioned. So the projected changes, especially in case of rainfall, there may be increase to the tune of 30%, but the distribution, it is under big question affecting the crop production. And in case of temperature, it may increase by 2.4 degrees centigrade at the end of this century. Then what are the hardships actually the farmers are facing because of this climate change and other related parameters? One is the inaccessibility to weather prediction. So even though IMD is giving forecast, the reachability to the farmers, that is under the question. The effective knowledge transfer, whether it is happening, that is under the question. Then less accurate projections. So if you consider the projection, for example, in the southwest monsoon, it is around 70% accuracy. In the other monsoon, it is 70 to 80% accuracy. And lack of awareness on the climate change and its consequences. We are taking it in a lighter vein, and the lack of awareness on the farming operations leading to greenhouse gas emissions. So we are following the fertilizer management practices and water management practices in a conventional manner, which is leading to more emissions. For example, the flooding irrigation in rice, it leads to a lot of methane emission. So the lack of awareness on the climate smart agriculture practices, then the performance of our existing varieties and the changing scenario, then lack of knowledge on alternative crops and alternate livelihood. These are the hardships faced by the smallholder farmers. So what are the approaches and methodologies? One, the first and foremost thing is to create the inventory. So inventory historical weather data, that is gathering the historical data from conventional, non-conventional sources. And nowadays, the lot of the satellite-based weather products are available. So that can be curated and utilized. So using the big data analytics, we can come out with a lot of analytics and solutions. And we have to come out with the fine scale projections rather than projecting at a district level. We should aim at farm level projection. For that, we should equip ourselves in the models, software as well as the hardware part. Then predicting the extreme weather events. So we talk a lot about the impact of the extreme weather events, but prediction, it is lacking, and proper prediction of the extreme weather events and its tracking. For example, cyclone means the setting of deep depressions. From there onwards, we have to monitor, and once it crosses, what is the impact that we have to assess. That is the strategy, and we have to provide the climate resilient services to mitigate the risk on major food system, and for this we have to assess the vulnerability as well as the risk. So to overcome all these things, we should come out with the climate smart agriculture practices, which is weather smart, for example, fine scale projections, then water smart, that is automated. The previous speaker was also telling automated irrigation, then revisiting the crop water requirement. That is the need of the hour based on the changes in temperature and other climatic parameters. Then the nutrient and breeding smart, then labor smart, carbon smart. Now it is the talk of the day. So we should consider the carbon budgeting, and we should come out to the water management and nutrient management practices which are which lead to low carbon or low carbon agriculture. Then transferring the risk. So this climate risk risk transfer, it is important in case of any agricultural activities. For that, now we are implementing the crop insurance schemes, but the coverage is it is only 25% of the farmers are covered. So each and every farmer should be motivated to adopt these crop insurance schemes, and the insurance schemes, they are adopted at the village level. Now we should focus at the individual farm level. Then alternate livelihood, we should come out with the better options for the farmers. And in case of market also, we need the effective market intelligence mechanism so that the price stability or price variations can be forecasted so that the farmers can adopt the smart practices. So for this, TNAU has come out with different strategies. One is the seasonal forecast. So the TNAU is the only the agriculture university which has developed the seasonal forecast. Now we have come out at the village level medium range forecast at a 3 kilometer resolution with an accuracy of 70 to 80%. And the automated weather advisories, almost 800,000 farmers are linked to this. And every day the messages automated weather advisories based on their crops selected by the farmers. We are giving the advisories on the farm technologies, the climate risk management, weather information, how to mitigate all these things. We are following it through the mobile-based information system. Then the low carbon rice production technologies like popularizing the alternate wetting and drying in a large scale and monitoring its adaptation, because now it is leading to carbon credit also. So the effective mechanism has to be developed for to assess the contribution of these technologies in reducing the emissions, especially CO2 and methane, especially in case of SRI, then drip irrigation. Now the nano area has come in the fertilizer part, we can reduce the emissions. And the no-tillage crop production system in the wetland ecosystem. These are some of the low-carbon strategies that we can think. So then the automated irrigation systems, which can reduce the usage of water as well as the energy, that both in the pressurized system as well as in the surface irrigation system, we should think of. So now if you consider the risk, first we have to detect the risk on excess water condition as well as deficit water condition. So remote sensing has a greater potential in developing this, in assessing this risk. So the remote sensing using the microwave radar remote sensing data, we can assess the area under influence, we can assess the drought, we can assess the area under flood, then real-time crop monitoring and the impact of this climate impact can be done at individual village level. So these are done at an accuracy level of more than 90%. So side by side, once we have the information on soil, we should also consider the creating the database and inventory on soils, because it also contributes a lot in the in sustaining the crop production under the changing climate. So now TNA has come out with the digital soil map at 30-meter resolution using the machine learning tools and the legacy soil profile information which it has. So from this, we have developed the digital soil map which poses the scope for agro-technology transfer at individual farm level. And now we have come out with the mobile app called TNA Soil Doc, in which all the information about the soil, including the physical, chemical properties, and the constraints, land degradation or any land-related constraints and their remedies, besides the crop suitability, everything, it has been put into one single app, and in a click, the farmer can know about their soil and their suitability for different crops. So, once the crop and the soil is there, then we should concentrate on the irrigated agriculture, mainly the water resources, especially Tamil Nadu is having a lot of water resources, that is surface water tanks. We are monitoring all the 40,000 irrigation tanks using the microwave radar data as well as the drone images to assess the water spread changes between different duration, the seasonality, and then the scope for increasing the cropping intensity. All this information are derived by integrating remote sensing and satellite data. So this is the impact of water spread on the crop performance. Once the crop is, once the water spread is there, water storage is there, then the crop growth is ensured. Once it is reduced, then definitely the crop failure is noticed. Then coming to the impact of these disasters, especially on the agriculture factor, three major disasters are there. One is flood, drought, then cyclone. So floods can be effectively, the impact can be monitored using the SAR data with 98% accuracy. In case of drought, we have to generate different drought indices like the NDVA, NDWA, then moisture adequacy index, besides the meteorological indices, that is departure from rainfall departure and the SPI, standard precipitation index. So all these things we generate, and we provide we provide the information with the state disaster management. So in turn, in case of drought, we help the farmers getting the relief. In case of cyclone, the most vulnerable part is the plantations and the habitats. So we use the drones to develop the 3D geo information and come out with the exact number of trees and the households affected, which helps them in getting the social protection. So this is the rainfall departure. So weekly rainfall departure information, it has to reach the farmers so that they can take the decisions on sowing and other activities. Then the other, the agriculture drought monitoring through other indices like NDVA, NDWA. NDWA is a very good indicator of the crop water content. And if any moisture stress is there, it can be clearly captured using this NDVA. And the adequacy, the precipitation and the evapotranspiration, what is there, that can be assessed using the MA. So by integrating all these things, we can come out with the drought indices, and the drought can be declared and the farmers can be protected socially using through the relief or the insurances. In case of flood, we have assessed the flood vulnerability at individual village level. We have identified in the 8 coastal districts what are all the villages which are vulnerable. Not only assessing the area under inundation, now we have come out with the methodologies for the duration of the flood and its impact on.
Dr. Palnivelu, can
yes,
you
sir.
please speed up and complete
Yes,
it
sir.
in 2 minutes?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I will complete. So the crop health monitoring, real-time crop health monitoring is necessary in case of the to manage the climatic risk and take the proper farm management decisions. So nowadays the drones are best solution to cope up with the climatic risk, and the response time for, especially in case of the invasive pests and the moisture stress, is very less. So by deploying large number of drones, that is the strategy of the government of India. So we can react to the risks posed by the climatic changes. So these are the different technologies using drones, the protocols and other things which has been developed. So finally, the insurances. So there are different features of the crop insurance: prevented sowing, failed sowing, on-account payment, CC-based compensation. For all these things, TNA has developed the solutions, how to develop the information to cater the needs of this PMFBA program, and it is implemented at a village level, and almost 700,000 farmers have been benefited. And this is one way of managing the risk, that is the risk protection, disaster risk reduction. It is given through the insurances, and TNA is one of the technology implementation partner in association with the Government of India and the state government in implementing this program and protecting the farmers against the vulnerability of the climate risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Palanwel. So any questions from the audience, please, to this online part, speaker? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Palanwel. Please be
Thank you,
around.
sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. So I think we'll, if no questions are there, we'll close this session, friends. We had three. The chairman conveyed to us that he had to leave this session due to his commitment. He apologizes for that. Friends, we had three presentations here. Dr. Anil Kumar Singh talked about not only degradation, but its neutrality and opportunities. Really, he highlighted very important aspect of our theme of the conference. And the second speaker, Dr. R.C. Tiwari, talked about importance of groundwater. R.C. Srivastava. Extremely sorry for that. He talked about importance of groundwater ecosystem and its threats to our resilience. That's one aspect. The third speaker, on behalf of Dr. Geeta Lakshmi, Dr. Palanwel, who talked about the climate smart agriculture, climate sensitive natural resources management strategies, rather interventions that he talked about. I think there are some of the important points which covers the theme of the conference. Thank you very much, friends. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. So in this session, we had three keynote speakers. So first I request Dr. Sanjay Arora sir to felicitate Dr. R.C. Srivastava sir with a memento, please. With sir. And I profusely thank Dr. Adinarayana sir for co-chairing this session. So I request Sanjay sir to give the memento. I thank our Dr. O.P.S. Kola sir for convening this session. Sir, please, Sanjay sir, please give the memento to Dr. O.P.S. Kola sir also. I also thank our rapporteurs, Dr. S.M. Burshothaman sir, professor from KAU, and Dr. Suresh Kumar, senior scientist from CSSRA Karnal. Come, Dr. Mukesh sir, please come and hand over the memento to rapporteurs, please. Thank you all. No. now tea now after that. Okay, now we will break for tea and after that we have two concurrent sessions. One is at NAS lecture hall and another one is at ICR lecture hall. So please, those who are in outside also, please join this two plenary sessions, please.
Just if you go outside,
So NAS.
the next building, adjoining building,
Sir,
two concurrent sessions.
को थोड़ा guide करना हाँ चाय के बाद because I हाँ बिट्टू हाँ sir 1 minute
And, is my voice audible there? And voice audible is yeah? Over the Zoom. Is my voice audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible.
My voice is audible, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay. I'm
You're
now-
live on YouTube.
Okay, okay, fine. Now I am joining breakout room for NAS complex. Okay, ma'am? NAS lecture hall.
Okay.